Let's apply this quantum-inspired, observer effect mindset to executing trades without hesitation. Trading, whether stocks, crypto, forex, or whatever, thrives on decisive action, but fear of loss, missing out, or screwing up often freezes you at the trigger. You've got a process in place, your trading strategy, and you're staring that fear down. Using the framework we've built, here's how to harness your capabilities and execute trades consistently, every single time. Reframe yourself as the market's observer. In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer of the market's chaos, price swings, indicators, news. Hesitation comes from staying in superposition. Will it go up? Down? Should I wait? Fear keeps you there, uncommitted. Flip the script. Your trade is the measurement. When you hit buy or sell, you collapse the market's potential into your reality. You're not predicting the universe, you're defining your stake in it. Tell yourself, I don't control the market, but I control my entry. My action makes it real. Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy, charts, signals, risk management, is your process, your quantum detector. It's already set up to measure the market state. Hesitation creeps in when you second-guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Trust it. Break it into clear signals. When X happens, e.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA and turn 20 same slope, I do Y, buy one lot on next signal or next color change. The first step isn't the trade itself, it's acting on the signal. For example, signal, 50-day moving average crosses the 200-day. Action, place the order. This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing. You're measuring what your system already sees. Step 2. Collapse fear with the first click. Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button. It's the double slit moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button. That's the first move that collapses the wave function of doubt into a done deal. Don't wait for perfect clarity. Heisenberg's uncertainty says you'll never have it all, price and momentum, market and mood. Act on your signal, and the trade becomes real. Example. You see the breakout. Fear says, what if it reverses? Click, buy. Fear dissolves, you're in. Your capability isn't in predicting the future, it's in pulling the trigger when your process says go. Step 3. Make execution instant like entanglement. Entangled particles react instantly. Your decision and action should too. Hesitation is the gap where fear festers. Train yourself. When the signal fires, execute now. No, let me double check, or one more candle. If your process says sell at $50 and it hits $50, sell. Period. Practice this in a demo account if live trades spook you. Simulate 20 trades where you act the second the signal hits. Speed entangles your intent with the outcome, leaving no room for doubt. Real-time example. Crypto dips to your buy zone, 95 cents. You hit buy before the next tick. Done. Step 4. Repeat to hardwire the muscle memory. Consistency in trading is like running the same quantum experiment. Each execution reinforces your capability. Set a daily goal. I'll take every trade my system flags today. Start small, low stakes, one contract, so fear doesn't choke you. Log each trade, signal, action, result. Seeing 10 trades executed without hesitation, win or lose, builds the habit. The observer effect here is cumulative. Every click proves you can act, shrinking fear's power over time. Step 5. Embrace losses as part of the collapse. Not every trade wins, just like not every quantum measurement lands where you hope. A loss isn't a failure of capability. It's data from your observation. Your process accounts for this, stop losses, risk ratios, so a losing trade is still a successful execution. Hesitation often comes from fearing loss, but if you've sized your position right, e.g., 1% risk, it's just noise. Example. You buy at $100, stop at $98, target $105. It stops out. You still executed perfectly, fear didn't win. Trading playbook. Execute without hesitation. 1. Own your role. You're the observer. Your trade shapes your reality, not the market's whims. 2. Trust the signal. Your process is your detector. Act when it pings, no debate. 3. Click fast. First move collapses, fear. Hit the button now. 4. Close the gap. Entangle decision and action, zero delay. 5. Repeat daily. Hardwire it with consistent reps. 6. Accept the outcome. Wins or losses, execution is the win. Practical kickoff. Today, pick one signal from your strategy, say a MACD crossover or a support bounce. When it triggers, open your platform, smallest step. Enter the trade size per your rules. Click execute, no pause. Feel the rush? That's fear collapsing. Do it once and you've measured your capability. Do it 10 times and hesitation's toast. Visualize the ES contract at your buy line, 6,000.00. Signal says go. You click buy for one contract. Done. You're in. Next signal, same deal. Your capability isn't the profit, it's the click. How's your trading process set up? Let's nail that first trade together.
Here's a question for everyone. Do you know exactly what your rules are? Let's go, Jason. We got you, fam. You're about to get so much new information. Elijah, if you can hear me, Elijah is going to get some information from you to figure out exactly where you are, because it is time to put Jason Driver on the map. On the map, fam. Remember that name. Good. You've got homework, my man. Good. Let's go. See, I don't want to start promising stuff because Elijah might have a complete plan, right? I'm the trader and the personality. He's the guy that's got to tell me what to give you. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? He's not a yes man. If you haven't figured that out, he's the opposite of a yes man. He's actually the no man. Nah, man. Nah, man. I love it. We don't need any yes men around here. That's not going to do nobody any good, right? What am I paying you for? I can look in the mirror and say yes. All right, first thing that we're going to do, Jason, you're sitting at your desk, you have your headphones on or whatever. There's one thing that we're going to do first. First thing we're going to do is we're going to listen to this. We're going to listen to Rosie. Rosie's going to give us some sweetness.
Let's apply this quantum-inspired, observer effect mindset to executing trades without hesitation. Trading, whether stocks, crypto, forex, or whatever, thrives on decisive action, but fear of loss, missing out, or screwing up often freezes you at the trigger. You've got a process in place, your trading strategy, and you're staring that fear down. Using the framework we've built, here's how.
And to be clear, getting the data or having a trading strategy is the easy part. Okay, we're going to fast forward to right after you fully understand what your trading strategy is this part right here, right? And we'll get to the trading strategy part. That's something that you can literally just put on a as a picture. This is not a picture.
How to harness your capabilities and execute trades consistently every single time. Reframe yourself as the market's observer. In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer of the market's chaos, price swings, indicators, news. Hesitation comes from staying in superposition. Will it go up? Down? Should I wait? Fear keeps you there, uncommitted. Flip the script. Your trade is the measurement. When you hit buy or sell, you collapse the market's potential into your reality. You're not predicting the universe. You're defining your stake in it. Tell yourself, I don't control the market, but I control my entry. My action makes it real. Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy, charts, signals, risk management is your process, your quantum detector. It's already set up to measure the market state. Hesitation creeps in when you second-guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Trust it. Break it into clear signals. When X happens, e.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA and turn 20 same slope, I do Y, by one lot on next signal or next color change. The first step isn't the trade itself, it's acting on the signal. For example, signal, 50-day moving average crosses the 200-day. Action, place the order. This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing. You're measuring what your system already sees. Step 2. Collapse fear with the first click. Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button. It's the double slit moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button. That's the first move that collapses the wave function of doubt into a done deal. Don't wait for perfect clarity. Heisenberg's uncertainty says you'll never have it all, price and momentum, market and mood. Act on your signal, and the trade becomes real. Example, you see the breakout. Fear says, what if it reverses? Click buy. Fear dissolves, you're in. Your capability isn't in predicting the future, it's in pulling the trigger when your process says go. Step 3. Make execution instant like entanglement. Entangled particles react instantly. Your decision and action should too. Hesitation is the gap where fear festers. Train yourself. When the signal fires, execute now. No, let me double check, or one more candle. If your process says sell at $50 and it hits $50, sell. Period. Practice this in a demo account if live trades spook you. Simulate 20 trades where you act the second the signal hits. Speed entangles your intent with the outcome, leaving no room for doubt. Real-time example. Crypto dips to your buy zone, 95 cents. You hit buy before the next tick. Done. Step 4. Repeat to hardwire the muscle memory. Consistency in trading is like running the same quantum experiment. Each execution reinforces your capability. Set a daily goal. I'll take every trade my system flags today. Start small, low stakes, one contract, so fear doesn't choke you. Log each trade, signal, action, result. Seeing 10 trades executed without hesitation, win or lose, builds the habit. The observer effect here is cumulative. Every click proves you can act, shrinking fear's power over time. Step 5. Embrace losses as part of the collapse. Not every trade wins, just like not every quantum measurement lands where you hope. A loss isn't a failure of capability. It's data from your observation. Your process accounts for this, stop losses, risk ratios, so a losing trade is still a successful execution. Hesitation often comes from fearing loss, but if you've sized your position right, e.g., 1% risk, it's just noise. Example. You buy at $100, stop at $98, target $105. It stops out. You still executed perfectly, fear didn't win. Trading playbook. Execute without hesitation. 1. Own your role. You're the observer. Your trade shapes your reality, not the market's whims. 2. Trust the signal. Your process is your detector. Act when it pings, no debate. 3. Click fast. First move collapses, fear. Hit the button now. 4. Close the gap. Entangle decision and action. Zero delay. 5. Repeat daily. Hardwire it with consistent reps. 6. Accept the outcome. Wins or losses, execution is the win. Practical kickoff. Today, pick one signal from your strategy, say a MACD crossover or a support bounce. When it triggers, open your platform, smallest step. Enter the trade size per your rules. Click, execute, no pause. Feel the rush? That's fear collapsing. Do it once and you've measured your capability. Do it 10 times and hesitation's toast. Visualize the ES contract at your buy line, 6,000.00. Signal says go. You click buy for one contract. Done. You're in. Next signal, same deal. Your capability isn't the profit, it's the click. How's your trading process set up? Let's nail that first trade together. Your capability isn't the profit, it's the click. 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 Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button. It's the double slip moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button.
All right. I hope you guys listen to that stuff. I would not. I would never. I would moving forward. I would never tune that out when I play it. If you guys want to plateau, oh, he's playing it again. I'm going to turn it down. How about you don't turn it down? How about if you turn it down, you need to hear it more than the guy that doesn't turn it down. Let's start there. All right, here's where we're at, right? Let's just break it down like Evander Holyfield, right? First of all, we're narrow state, narrow range. Okay, deep narrow range. We need more than double. All right, now the next thing I'm going to point out is here we are. Okay, here we are. We are at this point in the game where it is put up, or shut up right now. Right now. It is put up or shut up right now for the market. So we're either going up, back up to this line, okay, which is right now it's about 15 on the 4 hour, okay, or we're going down to this line, okay, 56.32. Okay, we're going up 15 and then down 60, okay, or 75, or we're going up 15, okay, or we're going down 60. Okay, look at, see, it's put up or shut up time right now. Okay, now, do we come down into the 40s? It finds lick, sell side lick, okay, and they absorb, and it pushes back up? Maybe. Okay, if not, we're going straight down into this bizzo, down into the Lizzo. 15-minute is all out of whack in the fact that the 15-minute 200 simple is powering upwards. Didn't I fix this? What did I? I thought I had it as a different line. I thought I did. I'll have to look at that. How do I have, what is this line? Oh, there's two of them in it. That's how it does it. Okay, I'll fix that. It's still powering upwards, right? So if we zoom out, it's done this big move upwards, right? So what I see is they keep drawing on higher high, okay, and then they make a higher low, and then they draw on the higher low. So now, do they keep playing this game? The worst thing that can happen for traders is it goes into a very, very narrow, very, very dormant state, and it doesn't move, and traders can't capitalize. Okay, then what has to happen is they have to increase the position size of each trade. Okay, and then after they increase the position size, what's after that, right? Well, then they increase the ATR again, and then those position sizes are at risk again, so they have to go back down into a smaller position size. And I want to remind everyone, yeah, we were getting to that. Quadruple witching, and we have no news besides quadruple witching, right? So it's going to test the extremes, because if they're long the front month, if they're long the back month and they have to get long the front month, they can't just roll it over at the top. They have to be exposed for a short period of time in some manner. Right, they have to sell at the top, and they hope that it goes to they get a buy at the bottom, whatever that means. Okay, the most vulnerable part is when they are not in either trade, right? Because futures markets are for hedging, right? We don't hedge. We trade them for profit, but normally they're hedged. Yeah, yeah. Roadie, there's a whole bunch of them. Like you'll love it. And just understand that you're the way that you do them, right? Because I had to do some of them when I went through my divorce, right? Had to make my income go to zero. Had to, continue to pay the massive amounts of child support that were still issued, even though we weren't, right? Okay, so what you do is when you are in between something, you are using that time in your truck to better yourself, okay? Meaning, you're on your way to a pickup or a delivery. You've got the something that's helping your mindset. You're playing some sort of YouTube that's bettering your mind. You're listening to audio books. Because you do not want to waste that valuable opportunity cost of the time that you get to be in the vehicle alone, right? It's so don't just sit there. No, I'm going to listen to music. No, not unless that music is that inspirational music. You got to give in. You never know what you get. Whatever. I don't know. I have it on my Apple Music. So great job. Yeah. Because here's the conversation, everyone. Okay. I don't want anyone either quitting or losing their job and thinking that they're just going to learn how to day trade with no income. This takes 3 to 5 years on average to learn how to do. Outliers learn in about 18 months. Listen, none of us are outliers. None of us. There's not one single outlier in here. There's not enough people in here. I don't mean that derogatorily towards anyone. There's not enough people to have an outlier, right? We would have to have over 2 million people in this room for there to be an outlier that would learn it in 6 to 18 months. Okay. The rest of us, 3 to 5 years. So what we preach here is have your money right outside of trading to have your money right inside of trading while you're learning how to do this. The pressure is already enough that you put upon yourself, right? That's the key to this whole thing. It is stunting your growth, trying to learn without the ability to earn. Okay. And if you're wondering where the 30-second chart went, well, it didn't go anywhere. I just think displaying it on the screen is not conducive to properly educating the 15 and 2-minute chart. I am absolutely going to trade it, but you all have the setup, right? There's enough pictures. Joey will put enough pictures in the trader chatter over in discord.gg/SageFT that there's no reason to have it on the charts because I want to minimize the noise, right? Not only for you guys, but in my trading too. Boom, look at that low to low. Hello. All right, I've got my Mancini's up. I'm ready to rock and roll, fam. Now, the last thing that I need to do is I need to dial in to my 15-minute. I need to look. All the breaker blocks and order blocks are basically the same. We haven't really changed overnight. Oh, we have a crime scene at 16 this morning. Hi. Well, back to the scene of the crime, I guess, huh? Is there any low-to-low trend lines that I'm missing? No. Not that I can see. Besides the major one that I have on the 4-hour chart, no. There is a beautiful high to high trend line you can put on your 15-minute chart, though, fam. If you zoom out some. And so now what I'm looking for is, because we are under VWAP, because we just touched VWAP, because we're under the 200 simple on the 15-minute, if we go back into position 1, I will be watching for a short, win or lose, to the lower counter. If we go back into position 1, I'll be taking the next signal. I'm going to be cautious, though, because there is conflicting reports on the G-Buck 2-minute. Your 96 is pointing very nicely to the upside, right around 96. You're 96 at 96. Let's go, Art. My very, very first call with MFT, one of their regular clients, right? We get on the phone. Art, I don't know if you've heard this story, right? It's my very, very first call. I'm all fired up to get this guy going in the right direction, right? So, and one of the first questions I asked was, so what do you do for work? He goes, well, I just quit my job to learn how to day trade. And folks, this is my first call with MFT. This is not my first call I've ever had, right? This is about my, 300th, right? Like to be safe, a safe number, 300th call, right? And so I said, okay, all right. I said, all right, I will make you a deal. Okay. I said, the deal is, and you have a crime scene at 99 on the 32nd right now, actually firing right now. I told him, I said, look, I said, what did you do? He said, well, I was a level something, satellite tech something. I said, okay, I'll make you a deal. You promise me that you're going to go beg your boss for your job back because you quit civilly, gracefully. You didn't just quit it. You weren't fired or anything like that. You quit because you thought that you could just quit and learn how to day trade. I said, I'll promise you this. If you go get your job back, if you promise me that when we hang up the phone, you're going to go get your job back, I'll continue this call. If not, we have to reschedule. Sure enough, right? Best advice I ever gave him, I promise you, whether he knows it or not. Best advice I ever gave him. And he followed the advice, okay? Best advice I ever gave him. People don't understand what happens to your brain when you do that. There is too much pressure. Here's how easy it is to understand it, yet it sounds so stupid that you would never even think about doing it. Okay, listen, but all of you do it. I did it for years. I did it for 10 and a half years. Okay. You tried to perform surgeries to pay for medical school. Yeah, that's a good one, Joey. You short 97.75? Or did you get in before that? Well, there isn't really anything. Oh, there is something before that. Well, $99.25. That's what. Okay, that's the other number I was looking at there. On the uptick, or on the downtick, Joey. I mean, I definitely see it, right? So he's on the 30-second chart, right? Crime scene just happens, right? Crime scene is price between red and blue with white outside of red and blue while price is inside. Copy that. I see it. Yep. Absolutely fantastic, Joey. I love it. Oh, I freaking love it. I love it. He just sold the pullback. I bet you his stop was somewhere right up here. He's wrong if it goes up here because it's not supposed to go through red, right? Beautiful. Beautiful, Joey. Beautiful. 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 All right, so now there is a 97.25 short. It's going to run into the target. If it goes to, see, here's the deal. Because we're narrow range and narrow state, it's ran too far away from the target, from the entry towards the target. So I will cancel my order and I will wait for a better entry. Do you all see the sell signal at 97.25 on the 2-minute chart? With a stop of 57.00 spot 75. Yeah, the 30-second chart can be on you guys' screen. I'm still gonna call trades. So I'm gonna talk from it. I'm gonna talk about it. I'll show it when I see something. But a 30-second chart on a delayed on a stream that could have 3 to 5 seconds of delay. That's a recipe for disaster. So do you guys see the 97.25 short? Win or lose? Okay, I'm not interested in whether you think it's a winner or a loser. Binarily, do you see 97.25 short? Oh yeah, but Rev, it looks like it's gonna. That's not what I said. That is absolutely not what I said. Okay, because here we're gonna. If you're wondering anything other than I see the 97.25 here, I have something for you. Ready? Hold on. Give me a second. And go.
Let's apply this quantum-inspired, observer effect mindset to executing trades without hesitation. Trading, whether stocks, crypto, forex, or whatever, thrives on decisive action, but fear of loss, missing out, or screwing up often freezes you at the trigger. You've got a process in place, your trading strategy, and you're staring that fear down. Using the framework we've built, here's how to harness your capabilities and execute trades consistently, every single time. Reframe yourself as the market's observer. In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer of the market's chaos, price swings, indicators, news. Hesitation comes from staying in superposition. Will it go up? Down? Should I wait? Fear keeps you there, uncommitted. Flip the script. Your trade is the measurement. When you hit buy or sell, you collapse the market's potential into your reality. You're not predicting the universe. You're defining your stake in it. Tell yourself, I don't control the market, but I control my entry. My action makes it real. Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy, charts, signals, risk management is your process, your quantum detector. It's already set up to measure the market state. Hesitation creeps in when you second-guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Trust it. Break it into clear signals. When X
Okay, if you're in the short, 93.75 T1. Look at perfect. See, I didn't ask anyone what their opinion of the market was. Okay, I asked if you see the trade at 97.25. Think of how many ideas you guys had in your brain as to why not to push that button on that trade. Right? Now, I don't know if you would have been filled. I don't even know if it went up to it or not, anything like that. 725. Oh, it says it went to 50. Okay, so you would have been filled at 725 if you kept your order there, right? So do you see what you see on this chart, folks, is exactly what the lady is saying to you right here, right now? Type a Y in the chat if you hear it see it, type an N in the chat. If you don't hear it, don't see it. There's nothing derogatory whether the answer is Y or N. Okay. We have to put this together. And if you're new, okay, the hardest part about learning how to day trade is taking self-inventory, right? And this is where we're at, right? If everyone sees this trade, why isn't the whole room retired? Okay? Look, showing this is the easy part. Did you or did you not push the button? Now, I told you my rule why I canceled it. It already came down close enough, and we are inside the narrowest range of the last 7 trading days. So the worst thing that can happen is you leave that open order in there and it goes right back to upper Keltner. If we were trending, absolutely I would have had that order in there. I would have waited for it to get filled, right? But because for every set of rules, you have to have 2 sets of rules, inside and outside narrow range. Perfect. Good. Let's carry on with what she's saying because it is directly related to whether you got 97.25 in first target or not.
Happens, e.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA.
Here's the question. When we're talking about hesitation, what are we trying to collapse? I want you guys' opinion on this, okay? When we're thinking about hesitation, because that's really that's the last plateau that most traders have to jump off of, okay? The hesitation plateau. When we're talking about hesitation, what are we trying to collapse? I have a feeling Kyle Leister's going to get this one before the rest of you guys. What are we trying to collapse? Okay, now I want you guys to think about quantum mechanics, okay? So if it's physics, it has to be something that's measurable, right? Okay, and so if the fear is causing the distance between what? You guys are getting this. This is great. What are we trying to collapse? It's a measurable thing. Oh, you guys are good. Yeah, good. Okay, so it's very specific. Let me see if she says it in this one. If not, it's in some of the coaching stuff that we have. Okay, here it is right here. Ready?
In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer of the market's chaos, price swings, indicators, news.
Listen.
Hesitation comes from staying in superposition. Will it go up? Down?
Here it comes.
Should I wait? Fear keeps you there, uncommitted. Flip the script. Your trade is the measurement. When you hit buy or sell, you collapse the market's potential into your reality. You're not predicting the universe. You're defining your stake in it. Tell yourself, I don't control the market, but I control my entry. My action makes it real.
Okay, so what we're collapsing is the distance measured in time between identifying the process and pushing the button. Remember how Elijah keeps talking about time is the vessel. Everybody write this down. Time is the vessel. Okay? It carries price. It carries everything. Where we don't want time between is when we recognize the signal and when we push the button. So what we're doing is we are collapsing, right? And listen, I'm learning this stuff. I understand this stuff. I'm learning to articulate this stuff just like you guys are learning this stuff as I'm showing it to you, okay? But the actions actually make sense, right? If I'm breaking it down, how do I actually take a trade and how professionals actually take a trade, this is how they do it, right? So we're breaking down, right? So in the slit experiment, okay, when you fire your measurement at the electrons, it's freezing them in time and possibly changing the outcome of the electrons. But what it shows is every electron is paired with another electron. somewhere else, right? So what we're doing is we're bridging the gap. We're collapsing the gap between the two electrons. For us are signal, push the button, signal, push the button. How do you get those two electrons as close together as possible? How do you get it right? That's collapsing the distance measured in time. Okay, did I go deep on you guys? You guys just thought I was just some slouch nerd, right? Or slouch stupid guy, right?
Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy, charts, signals, risk management is your process.
That means you need to hear it more, David.
Your quantum detector. It's already set up to measure the market state. Hesitation creeps in when you second guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Hesitation creeps in when you second guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Hesitation creeps in when you second guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Trust it. Break it into clear signals. When X happens, e.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA and turn 20 same slope, I do Y, by one lot on next signal or next color change. The first step isn't the trade itself, it's acting on the signal. For example, signal, 50-day moving average crosses the 200-day. Action, place the order. This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing. You're measuring what your system already sees. Step 2. Collapse fear with the first click. Fear peaks right before execution.
Did you hear what she said? There's no decision. Listen. Here you go. Listen to this right here.
This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing. You're measuring what your system already sees.
Okay, anyone remember what Zach said? Was it Thursday or Friday or Wednesday? Whatever day it was. The way to trade correctly is the observer method in quantum mechanics, right? So listen.
This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing. You're measuring what your system already sees.
Okay, so now here's the deal. If it feels like guessing, it's guessing. Okay? Does that make sense? If it feels like guessing, you're guessing, right? So make it to where it doesn't feel like guessing and push the frickin' button. But the only way you're going to make it not feel like guessing is to remove load lock. Okay? Lack of data equals lack of confidence. Lack of data equals lack of confidence. Okay? Lack of data equals lack of confidence. Lack of data equals lack of confidence. Everybody say it with me. Say it out loud. Lack of data equals lack of confidence. And the way that we remove the load lock is by getting the data to increase the confidence, right? And so then what you say to yourself is, I push the button. Okay? So if you don't have the rules to push the button, then you need to be pushing the button more in a structured scientific environment, not just pushing the button. Oh, I think this will. What? No. Okay. Well, you need to create a hypothesis, thesis, prove or disprove. Right? Like yesterday, at the end of the sessions, after I've already hit my profit targets, what I'm doing is I'm saying, okay, I'm going to trade with the big boys on the tape. Right? You guys see me open up the simulator and I show you. Okay, this is where I think the guy bought, so I'm going to buy here. Okay, I see that the guy bought here, so I'm going to buy here. I'm going to put my stop down here. Now, I don't know where the stop goes, so what we're going to do is I'm going to test, is this the right stop or not? Okay, that is structured. Okay, just pushing the button on a whim because you think it's a color or something, this and that. Okay, define it, write it down.
Click. Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button. It's the double slip moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button. That's the first move that collapses the wave function of doubt into a done deal.
Right there. Right there.
Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button. It's the double slip moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button. That's the first move that collapses the wave function of doubt into a done deal. Don't wait for perfect clarity.
Here it goes.
Heisenberg's uncertainty says you'll never have it all: price and momentum, market and mood. Act on your signal, and the trade becomes real.
Okay. Now, do you see how good in hindsight that trade actually was? And do you see that was exactly what this lady's talking about? I need a Y or an N in the chat. Okay, now that you guys see it in hindsight, right? So you're probably so you are gay. Now here's the problem. Because it won, you're seeing it subjectively. So, okay, if that trade would have lost, you all would have went, yeah, but it lost money. It stopped out. Okay, but did you follow the process? Process says you get stopped out too. You don't win. You don't just win, right? The example of success in your process is not whether it profits. It's did you click the button or not? If you saw the trade, did you click the button, and what's the time in between it? Okay, those of you that think, oh, that guy is a great trader, let me tell you what he has done. He has identified his process, and he has bridged the gap between when he identifies the signal and pushes the button. Do you guys realize those are the only two things that person has done better than you? That's it. That's the only two things that person is ahead of you on as doing better than you. That's it. So if you wonder why I keep playing this, okay, folks, there might be a reason that I keep playing the same thing again and again and again and again and again. Ah, yes. It's the easy button, right? Understanding there's nothing easy about it. It's the simple button, not the easy button, right? We could call this button the simple button. I think she says click the mouse though, right? So I think she's a gold miner. I think she's actually telling you which button it is, right? And I think she does say push the buy or sell button too. I think, and there's other write-ups that I have. We're outside lower Keltner. Okay, but the reason that you are allowed to keep a runner outside of lower Keltner is what? Someone that actually knows it, type it in. You can keep a runner outside of Keltner when we're narrow range when ... She is from Redmond, Washington. Your guess is as good as mine, Hank. My guess, St. Louis, Missouri. I don't know. Because because the trend is down. You guys are making this too complicated. Yellow. Because your position 1, fresh, 2-minute, position 1 down, fractal down. And I'm monologuing because I'm not in this goddamn thing, right? I'm supposed to be short 97, what did I say, 97.25, something like that. It came up, filled at 97.50 right here, and then absolutely stone dropped it. Look at this. Boom. So, and if you go back and you look and you play this video over right here, I was asking, does everyone see that you are only supposed to sell right here? There's no buying, right? And nobody answered me. Wow, that's 23 points to the face. Oh, it's Copilot. It's Microsoft Word. Guys, I wrote this stuff based on what I've read, right? And with the help of AI. But remember, you can't just put something in AI and think that it's just going to be something worth the shit. And I'm still refining the page, right? Like you see that there's examples that don't, like 50-day EMA or whatever. I mean, we can leave that stuff in there, but I don't know, it gives a kind of personality instead of just specifically towards one contract. You know what I mean? This is all stuff that we have that folks behind the scenes, we've got a lot of stuff happening, right? So that's why I keep telling people, hey, if you've had your first call, second call, third call, whatever, okay, and you're still struggling, I want you to email me with what call you're on and what you're stuck with, what you're stuck on. I have lots of information to give you guys to push you from that plateau. Okay, let's say, for example, that Tim, I don't know if we have any Tims in here. Tim is stuck. He's had 2 calls with me. Okay, and he emails me. He says, Rev, I've had 2 calls with you, and he says, I'm going to think of something. And he's struggling with so many losses in his data collection. Think about that. He's had 2 calls with me, and he's still struggling with all the losses that he's taking in his data collection process. Okay, perfect. I have homework for him. Okay, very specific homework. Okay, so Sage at sageft.com. If you've had 1, 2, 3 or greater calls with me, tell me how many calls you've had. Tell me where you're stuck. I'm going to push you off the plateau that you're at. There's no giving up in this game, folks. The only way you can lose, there's only 2 ways you can lose, right? By giving up too early or putting money to work too early. Those are the only 2 ways that you can lose in this game. Okay? That's it. That's the only 2 ways. Quitting or putting money to work too early. Okay, you've got some nasty potholes above 82. I know that seems like so far away, but it was only a minute and a half ago. Hit daily goal. Let's go. Let's go, Jason. Good. All right, so Jason, I'm going to email you a very specific instruction here in a minute, and this will be aside from what Elijah is sending you, okay? This will be aside from what Elijah is sending you. Since you're done for the day, I'm going to email you right now. Since I can't take this trade, it's already too late. Okay, here we go. Let's get Jason. Did we ever get his dang freaking email? Because it didn't carry over from MFT. That's what I thought it was. Weird. It is not coming up. You son of a biscuit. All right, we got Jason locked in. You've got homework, buddy. Lots of it. Now, was that a great call or was that a great call? Okay, here we go. Or was it so standard and in practice, in process, that it shouldn't have even been praised? Because it was so standard in operation. Ask yourself that question. Okay? And if you didn't take it, or you didn't take it perfectly, how do you collapse the wavelength for the quantum entanglement? to execute that every single time from now on. Yeah, no. And to be clear, look, it's not, oh, hey, look, there's only one way to trade the market. No. Oh, no. Okay. I'm going to hint at you at what I do in terms of trading setups, right? I'm going to hint them at you. Okay. But what you're going to do is here's what's going to happen. I'm going to show you how to bring in what you already know, right? Let's say you've been trading for 5 years and you've already done the Larry Williams, you've done the Al Brooks, and you've done the, I'm going to make a name up, Tim Derrickson. I don't know. That's my name for the day. Tim Derrickson, right? And he teaches you the supply and demand method. Okay. Perfect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to bring in what you learn from them, bring in what you learn from me, and create your own trades, right? You can't emulate another trader. You're a different person. It's a different human. The creative side of the human is the distinction. Let me show you how to bring that creative side out to get your own trading system, fam. Let's do that. Copy? Let's do that. Those of you that have had calls with me, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. And you know how to do it. I give you the tool to do it. So here's a good example. If you're stuck, if you've had 1, 2, 3 or more calls with me, and you're stuck bringing the creative side of your trader out, I want you to email me and tell me that. sage@sageft.com. Okay. And listen, the reply to the email that you're going to send me isn't, hey, book a coaching call, dum-dum, right? That's going to be the last part of it, right? I'm kidding, right? I'm going to give you actual homework. I need to know what you need, though, right? Because having a coaching call is not going to do any good if there's no homework involved between what you tell me and then when we talk, right? But if we get the homework rolling between the email and then when we talk, then we'll have content to discuss, right? Good. Perfect. Man, Joey, that 99 yellow tape was absolute Deutschna. Wow, we are so far from it. That's David. That's why we have the 3 for pack. Everything is included. And people say, well, how long does it take? It's okay. Well, first of all, it depends on you, right? Like for example, okay, someone that's going to say, okay, I want to invest 8 hours a day, 5 days a week into the learning process. Okay. They have much different timeframes and rules compared to, let's use, Andrew as an example. He's got 8 children, young children. Okay. The expectation that you would put upon his family to have him ready for the next call in 30 days would be irresponsible as a coach. Does that make sense? Those are the stark contrasts that I can give. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not Andy Young. Andrew, one of our newer clients, Andrew. It's too late to short down here, folks. Right? By law, right? It was up here. That was probably the trade of the day. Oh my goodness, that was probably the trade of the day. Remember, it's quadruple witching. The only news that we have is Baker Hughes rig count, which I don't look at all, and Williams is it Williams? John Williams speaking at 9:05 a.m. And you could probably already read his speech on Twitter anyway. Look at that. Great job, everybody. Great job, those of you that had the rules to take the trade, right? I don't have the rules to take the trade. I'm narrow range. And we needed 43 points to get outside narrow range. Where are we at now? I know we're nowhere near that. We're getting there. So what do we need? 20, 27, 26 more? All right, got about 4 minutes to my favorite time of the morning. $555, make a wish. I wish tonight. $15 minutes, looking pretty lonely down there. It's like, oh, come on, guys. Right. So now think about what's happening. It's on the daily chart. Look, and the 4 hour. Look at it. Okay, this is undeniable. Look, undeniable. Either we break and run, or we draw. One or the other. It's time to go. It's time. Time by price. The time as the vessel has pushed us into the spot where either this is a draw on buy side liquidity or it's not, right? Or it's not. Okay. And so then now time is going to shove price into telling us whether this is a draw on sell side lick or it's not. It's that time. And why do we say it's that time? Because on both of these, we have a close. We've got a follower. We've got a close on the 4-hour chart below this little line that we have drawn, right? All right. Well, who was that? That was a Kalia NAC 0786. I apologize if I just absolutely slaughtered your name. Thank you. Let's do that again. Kaylee Anik. Tell me if I'm completely wrong. I apologize. Welcome. Hello. How are you? We have a free Discord, SageFT, discord.gg/SageFT. Free Discord's got all the resources and materials in there. And then sageft.com for more information on items that have a purchase associated to them. Okay, you've got a lot of crime scene down here at 66. All right, so now we're also getting into, if I remember, Mancini. Oh no, he's way down at 50. Okay, so there's still another 15 points to he has 86.50. That's quite the gap, right? And so 50 would be this level here. Boop. Okay, watching the bottom of this level here, we can bring it on over. It's all the same. Let's see if we got it in the 15-minute. Yep, imagine that. Here it is right here. Okay, that's it's either an order block or breaker block, right? If we consider that this a head and shoulders, okay, this shoulder, neck, head, if this would be like Batman. Look, I'm Batman, right? If that is, this is the last line of defense. This is the breaker block right here. So 60, 50, 75 to 66, fam. 56, 50 to 56 beast. 5 beast. Oh, Kayleanna C0786. Thank you. Ooh, Kaylee. I bet you're a boy that sits in your mom's basement. You guys aren't even original, Kaylee, Mr. Kaylee. And hopefully 0786 is not your birthday, because it's pretty easy to find you if not, if it is. Yeah, but they can all help. They can all improve my stream. Oh, really? Yeah. Obviously you found it, so I must be doing something right. I wonder if they unfollow me once I tell them that they're a little boy living in their mom's basement. I don't see the unfollows. I just see that they follow and then they say something, and it turns out to be absolute spam. They don't even differentiate what they say, right? We've had 3 different people, 3 different names on Kick say the exact same thing in the last 45 minutes. Kaylee, get original. Come on. If you're going to try to rip me off, come on. Give us something a little more entertaining than what you just put in there. And for those of you that don't know, it says, I can see you are busy streaming, but I have some tips that could help you streaming more engagement. If you don't mind me, add me on Discord. Oh, yeah. I'll be right there, Kaylee C. I want to see it say Kaylee has unfollowed. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get them up in the air for the spammers today. Okay, this is going to be we're going to cheers to the spammers. Okay, may they have slivers of glass underneath their toenails, and their grandmothers get very, very bad infections in their bed sores. Cheers, everybody. Let's go. That's for the spammer that took money from my dad. Pops got hacked a couple weeks ago, and whoever did that to him, they can rot in hell. May they get the one tick rick of life. I like that. There we go. There we go. May you be one tick ricked from now on in life. The life one tick Rick. Oh, folks, I'm only monologuing because I'm not in this short. Okay. I'm following the 2-minute KISS chart. Okay. It was short at 97.25. Well, now we're okay with if Kaylee is a dude that has to sit to pee. Okay, we're okay with that, right? But here's where we're going to put the qualifier on Kaylee, right? It's that that whoever caught them scamming ripped off their legs with the El Salvador Death Squad between Jeep to Jeep, and so they have to sit to pee. What do you guys think about something like that? Okay, in terms of spammers, scammers, scumbags, liars, cheaters, thieves, people that steal. We all agree with that, right? Or are you going to tell them to turn the fucking plane around? Huh? There you go. There's my rant for the day. Oh, you're too harsh. Am I? Really? Am I? When grandma lost the last $90,000 of hers that she ever had due to some piece of shit? No, I don't think so, man. They're too light on those guys. They should light them on fire and let everybody throw little tiny incendiary devices on them. I'm serious. Like, I think it's too light of punishment no matter what crime they get punished with. Like, I'm dead serious about it, man. If you're a scammer, you're the worst kind of person. You prey on the weakest of people. Okay. Now let's say you're a scammer and you scam the smarties. Well, hey, I mean, you're still a scumbag, but I'm kidding. And if you're wondering why I'm not short, it's because it was way up here on the 2-minute chart, way up here. I would love to have told you that I was short through the Keltners and I got to pull back to the Keltner and short. That's not how my rules work. Sorry. And Joey, here's the thing. Yes, I absolutely agree with that. Joey, my dad does not fly. He won't go near an airport, right? So how did they get the debit card? He doesn't shop online. I promise you my dad doesn't shop online. Pops, do you shop online? I'm going to get a text that says, do what? We won't even put Apple Pay on his phone. Nope. Not going to happen. Yeah, it's the real deal, right? And like it causes havoc. It will ruin your life. It made it to where my dad couldn't pay his cell phone bill because of the whatever the, not that he didn't have the money, right? But it red flagged it. So for 90 days, he has to call them and pay it instead of have it on direct deposit, okay, which costs $10 a line to be taken off. If you're short, good job. About 375 with about a 675 stop. So the first target would be right down here. Yep. W's, I see you, brother. He said, did I get muted? Maybe. We haven't had to mute anyone in a long time. The bad mute, not the good mute. Now, if I were not in narrow range, I would have been short 97.25. But because it came down towards the target, towards 1R, when we're inside narrow range, okay, and it was coming towards the trend line, I pulled the, it was coming down towards it. I pulled the offer before it came up and filled right here before it dropped. Wow, this thing is just going. Damn. Do I see a George Carlin above my muted question? Let's see. Oh, there was, oh, yeah. Let's see, Rev, I'll teach you to shit talk. You teach me to trade. Weird. Yeah, nobody muted you, brother. It looks like it did it automatically. I don't know. It might have just deleted itself. Yeah. That's weird. I mean, you can say whatever you want in here as long as it's not derogatory towards another trader. And George Carlin quotes are always welcome here, fam. I got to see George Carlin live before he passed away. My face hurt from laughing too much. Oh, it held for review. Yeah. See, I don't see those. If someone wants to unhold it, it'll pop up. It was in my dreams, man. It was about the pacification of America, man. I saw him spiritually. In the, what do they call it? Ayahuasca? Oscawawa. That sounds like a Sesame Street character. Did you try the Oscawawa? Ayahuasca? I don't even know what that is. I heard that you take it and it makes you cool. All right, 59.25 has heavy volume on it. So either they're going to crack this thing down to 56 or 66 from right here. Let's watch. Heavy volume. He's taking all you can eat. So either they're going to lean on him hard or he's going to get paid as it goes upwards. 59.25 over under now. Okay, are they bringing it up to try the sledgehammer tactic and push it down on him again? Pow! We've got 19 and a half minutes till the opening bell, fam. We could be anywhere from here. We got quadruple witching. You guys, one of the mods can scroll up and undo it unless someone already did it. Removed it. And again, I want to remind everyone, and LW, you probably already know this. If a mod doesn't want it on there, I'm not going to go against the mod and say, hey, you should put that on there, right? So if any mod killed it, it's just the way that it is. And we know you have no ill intent, right? You've been with us since day one. So. Yes. It was what you said. All right, so they broke the back of the 5925 accumulation guy. Now they have a pothole at 5950. Yeah. That was the joke, right? Andy's on top of it today. Look at that. And folks, I don't see it, right? I don't have the YouTube chat. I just have this chat. So the mods are in control on the other side of it. Pothole at 5950, 21 by 0. 21 by 0. 0. I'm saving templates. Give me a second. You're going to hear a whole bunch of dwiddles. 5 minute G-Buck. And fitting. It isn't saved. 15. Yeah, copying is something you should do after you have absolutely mastered trading with one account. Because there are so many different things and variables that go with it that normal traders aren't used to. Like yesterday when mine opened opened along at the exact high, but only one of them did it. Not sure how that could actually happen, but it opened along at 24.25 at the exact high. It just shited me out for $450. And no idea how just one of them did it because I have the copier on. And I was in the simulator with none of the copiers plugged. So these are the things that you have to find out right before you get into the live accounts and start doing all the other things, right? So first master one setup, okay, and then master one setup in one account, okay, and then figure out if you're going to move from there. Morning. Happy Friday, everybody. You have any 16-year-old kids in the neighborhood that can help you? G, look at the line break on your dailies. Okay, and look at how pronounced they are on the 4-hour. Okay, and that's where I'm at. And so G, before you got here, well, maybe you were here. Did you see the short at 97.25 on the 2-minute chart? Back into first position. You take the first green over red overtakes green. All right, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. You know, we've had luck with offering $20 an hour on like the pay it forward site for your city or your town. You get some honest people that way. They're not like the best of workers, but I mean, you ain't gonna get anyone anyway. Oh, you're doing it yourself. Hey, anyone want a shovel for $25 an hour? You'd be surprised. You get a couple people over there. And what's weird is you'll get people that you would not expect, right? You get like a 53-year-old lady coming over there just because she needs to pay her cell phone bill or something. And hey. If anyone wants to help L Dubs spread gravel by hand, he will buy you beer. It might be Schlitz ice, but he'll buy you something. No, you should not be in from 59. Okay, I take that back. It would be premium beer, and he would want you to wait until after you move the rock. That way the rock gets moved. Mm-hmm. Yes. The answer is yep. If it's any other answer, G, they don't know. They're lying to you, right? Okay, 56.50 remains below. 86 must reclaim now. 99.720. 99.720. 86. I mean, we knew that though, right? Run them back. What he's saying is if we start going, run it back. That's what he's saying. Does that make sense? Those of you that play sports, run it back. If not, we slide to 50. All right. So looking at the 4 hour, this is what I was saying to G just a second ago. Notice both of these closed below the low to low trend line. Okay. Point 1, point 2, and then continued with a large red bar. Now we have 4 hours until this bar closes. No, I take that back. We have 38 minutes till this bar closes. This is absolutely critical for the market, right? Look, we're in this 15-minute breaker block. Okay, I'll label that here because you can see it. You can see it here, right? If this is a Head and Shoulders, that's Batman, right? He's got his super cape on, and he's a little Quasimodo on this side, right? But so either we Quasimodo his ass up here to bring something in like this, like an Imperial Dragon costume, right? Folks, you have to be creative in this stuff, otherwise it just won't work, right? So then it'll either bounce and create this mirror image here, okay, or it'll Quasimodo his ass all the way down here. Okay, it's broken ass Batman, Batwing, right? And you have to say silly things like that so you remember, right? You don't want to just be data guy or data trader. Okay, it has to make sense in your brain too. You know, that's the creative side. Because the creative side is how you interpret the data and extrapolate the information. And if you're wondering why I haven't locked in, we're narrow range and okay, now we've just moved inside the Keltner. All right, so now does 54.75 hold, which would be completely counter trend, and we can't go long anyway. So what we would need is a pullback the upper Keltner to short. Okay, but by the time it gets to the upper Keltner, has time as the vessel already moved it into a rotational atmosphere or environment? Right, those are the things that I'm looking at. All the while, it just slides to the right. Now, I would not have been filled if we would have shorted 62 even, because the bar closed well below where I could have taken it, okay? Here's what I mean. See how we've moved back into the Keltner channels? So then we meet here, okay? So this would have been the next trade, but we didn't get filled because it closed and continued to drop. This is beautiful. That one was in process on the 2 minute, Art. Now, when you're in process on the 2 minute, the way that you can do it is you can roll up into that 30-second chart, right? So now I'm going to show you guys how this works, right? So on the 15 minute, you'd be shorting, right? Everybody nod your head. Yes. Okay, good. So then you go on the 2 minute and you go, oh, well, the 2 minute, okay, it looks like it's coming back into the pullback place where you're going to short. Okay, now watch this. And I'm showing you this in hindsight, folks. No, I didn't take the trade. I'm not going to act like in 20 minutes, I'm not going to act like the trade popped up in my freaking trade account. No, I didn't take the trade, right? But what you would have done is you would have gone down fractally into your 30-second chart, okay? And you would have had a banger from 62.50 with a 65 stop. Do you see it in your 30-second chart? Now that we've gone, so what we just did right there, folks, is we traded the 15-minute chart on the 30-second chart. Okay, so the next trade on the 30-second chart that was actually, you were actually allowed to take 58.75 with a 61.25 stop. Do you see that on your 30-second chart? Those were valid trades you were allowed to take on the 15-minute using the 2 minute, entering on the 30-second. Did anyone take those trades? And yes, I see them in hindsight. Okay? Art, you don't need to, here's the deal, Art, the market doesn't care which account you're in, right? You shouldn't either. Okay, we know you're in the sim, buddy. Now it's time to remove what account you're in from your brain. Good. You're welcome. That's the best advice, the best free advice I can give you, Art. The market doesn't care what account you're in, neither should you. The only thing that counts, the only thing that matters, the only entity that cares what account you're in is which one. I love it. I love it. In midlife, some people like the 1 minute. I already have a 2 minute on there. So what's the only entity that cares what account you're in, right? Would you say it's your mortgage broker or the guy that has your mortgage, right? That's kind of the guy that I'm thinking of. All right, we got 2 minutes till the opening bell. I think they drive it higher. That's right. The creditors, the people that hold your paper. We're going to confirm that, Andy. They care if you're in the sim, right? All right, for me, the over-under is 56.75 here. 56.75. We've got 1:30 seconds. Let's start to lock in here. If they slam this thing lower, remember it's rollover. Okay, so what we have to decide is, did they get all their fill they wanted earlier at the top side? Okay, earlier could have been yesterday, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Okay, or do they need to reload more on the bottom side for whatever hedge they are in? Okay, so we're looking for draw points on a wider time frame. Okay, notice the low. Look at the low of this. Look at how choreographed this is. Look at this. Okay, we already said 50.75 to 5 beast, right? 5.666. Look at this. Look at the bar that we're going to open in. This is unreal. This is unreal. Look at this. Imagine that, folks. Come on. We are locked in. Here we go. Here we go. 40 seconds. Thank you, Joey. I have not looked at the 4 hour on the G-Buck chart. Here we go. You guys see the tiny inverted hammer 3-bar play at the bottom on that 2 minute? Okay, that's a little to no follow through event. How far do they keep going? Okay, there's 10 points. Okay, there's 11 points. Okay, there's 14 points. That's a big move. Right to blue on your 30. Hugh Creed. Andy's going to be our resident ORB master. Okay, New Mancini, 56.86 he's talking. 56.86 he's talking. That's the reclaim, fam. So we've got 50, which just hit. Okay, and now 86 is the reclaim. Otherwise, we smash, Hulk smash lower, right? I think this is close to the bottom. I really do. So being shorting into something here, we got to be very, very careful. It's Friday. It's quadruple witching. It will do the opposite of what you think. If you are not experienced in Quadruple Witch Friday, you are simulation only. If you are in testing mode and you have been given permission to move past the simulation only, you have your instructions. Okay, 86 must reclaim to remove to resume to 99 and 20. If 56 fails, we go 37, 20, 25. Okay, that's a new post. That's giving us direction below 50. We got 37, 25, 20. Okay. I love the number 37. 37 is S2, fam. If you're wondering where he's getting the level. Sometimes they're as simple as that. decision point right here. Are the longs about to go for a wild ride with Mr. Toad? The one up to 76, Andy? I've got a crime scene at 60.50. I've got a crime scene at 77.25 on the 15 minutes so far. And I've got one all the way down at 15, it's at 16. Yo. Copy that. And for me, no guessing. Okay, on the 32nd, I've got a cluster around 66. Copy that. So 66 over under, okay, and then 80. And then Mancini 86, right? Because, folks, I was telling you what they were doing. Was it 52? Was that the number that we were looking at? Or was it 59? What was the number that we were looking at where it flattened it? Oh, that was 50. That was 59. Okay, so then he did it again at 52. Yep. It is, but it also means that it's very bearish if it can't get to the 80s. Right, because you have a potential breaker here. Right, you guys see how some of the ICT followers use this. They say this would be a breaker. Right, because if this creates the discount inverted head and shoulders, right? I mean, obviously this, we see this one. Duh. Okay, but look how it works. So now your draw point, okay, is your over under. Here's your over under. Here's your draw point, and either they run it or don't, or they don't. Run it or they don't. Draw it or they don't. I'm noticing that those drawings work really well on the 5 minute and the 15, and I don't want to say the 1 hour because I've never tested it, but I'm going to assume 1 hour 15.5. And then the sniper ones that we have are on the 2 minute. Like right now, if you were to draw a little fair value gap on the 2 minute, you would have seen that there was a slight little long there, right? So now our over under 61. VPOC 60. So pleading the case here. That would be a stop of over 12 points. No, but I'm going to draw it. And can I get a better entry on the 30-second chart? That is a stop of 12 and a quarter points. Does anyone want to short to 48.50? If so, you're short. Okay, bottom of the fair value gap on your 2 minute is 56.50. So a close above or below that is critical in this moment on the 2 minute. I want to remind everyone it's quadruple witching. This changes everything. And what I mean by that is sometimes it's going to be first targets only. Sometimes you're going to trail and you're going to wish you didn't hit first target. Okay, today is going to be one of those days. It's just how it works because of the way that the The one thing we have to understand about options is you're not just buying and selling the option, right? When you write the option, okay, you're putting up the collateral behind it, right? So if you sell one option contract, you have to buy 100 shares of the underlying, or at least have it as collateral, or at least have the monetary value equivalency in your account, which is called net lick. And so the market makers, okay, not so if let's say they sell a bunch of calls, or let's say they sell a bunch of calls. Okay, they have to buy a bunch of stock. So if they're going to buy the calls back, they have to sell the stock, right? So there's a net effect. It's either positive or negative, or zero. I guess if you look at it that way, kind of like this market right now, going zero. He's on the side of the highway. He's talking to somebody. He's trying to find directions.
Oh, I get what you're saying. I got it from here, guy. Wink. No, 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 no. Why won't you listen to me?
Don't you love it? Oh, it's about to do it. Did it do it? No, they're the same level. Oh, it's about to do it. You're about to have one at 60.50, Joey. 15 seconds. If it can hold 15 seconds, Joey, you're gonna get one unless that white one flips. It's in there. Let's see what. Oh, is that the close? Yep. Good. Perfect. Yep. All right. Now that's a good one. 60.50. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I think because we sold into the open on options expiration, I think there's a chance that they at least try to find some buy side lick. Okay, and the thing is, you and I don't know where the buy side lick could be. Okay, it could be right here. Watch this. It could be right here. Okay, it could be right here. It could be way up here. It could be here. It could be right here. We don't know. Okay, right back to 60.50. 66. I've got double scenes there. I feel like I'm about to chase, folks. So I'm gonna go meet a man about a bat.
I got it from here, guy. Wink.
And I'll be right back.
No, 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 no. Why won't you listen to me?
I walked away from it. I see I haven't missed anything. Besides the fact that that 2-minute fair value gap is loving it. The stops on the 2-minute chart are absolutely 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points. Like I was just looking at 61.75 long, right? Your stop is 53. What? Hold on. What'd you say? Right. So when it's like that, folks, this is how you use a 30-second chart. When it's like that, you have to go down in the 30-second chart and you want to find yourself a nice little dig that goes right with the trade that's on the 2-minute chart, right? Just like if you were shorting the 15-minute, you would be looking for sells on the 2-minute chart. And if you couldn't find one that's got a small stop, you'd find a 30, go in a 30-second. Right? Fractal. Fractillion. I don't know if that's a real word. I'm just saying. I'm just saying it. Yes, it doesn't have to be a current one, Tyson. And so use F3 and hold down Shift and make it horizontal. And then you can always, so here, watch, I'll show you. We had one on the 30-second chart just a little bit ago. Tyson, watch this. I'm going to show you exactly what Joey's doing, or what I'm going to show you exactly what I'm doing. Okay, we had one at 60.50 right here. Okay. So what I do is I hit Control, I hit F3, right? So then it's a ray. Okay, and then what you do is when you click on the ray, it'll tell you where it started. So just have that as the starting point, right? So right here is where the trade fired off. So if we go right here, we can see that it fired off right here. See that? Boom. Right. So then it's always marked, right? And then you just have it as have it as the default. Or as if you use rays more often, I just have it labeled crime scene. Mm-hmm. Very simple, right? You don't have to mark. You mark it, but you don't have to type anything in. It does it for you if you mark it at the right where it starts. Okay, here, watch. Here comes the low. Okay, if we're kiss down, 15-minute, kiss down 2-minute. What am I waiting for? There's only one answer. Nobody knows what I'm looking for? Mm-hmm. Well, it's the same every single time. Mhm. Yes, the mod's answering isn't going to help anyone. I have not taken any trades yet, and I have been streaming for 2 hours and 28 minutes. The only trade I was allowed to take was 97.25. This is the fourth touch of that low to low trend line. Does it? Do they? I don't think trend lines touch 4 times. Right, the first signal after position 1. Mm-hmm. I know, isn't this crazy? This thing touching it this many times. Building up a lot of muster. Whichever way it's going to go, if they're going to break it, if they're going to run it, it's building it. If they're going to run it, if they're going to draw it, they're building it. Whatever they're doing it. Every chart says down from 15-minute and below, except for the 15. Hold on. We're back into position 1 on the 15-minute, fam. Lock in. That is a lower. Look at that. You can see it here. I for some weird reason I don't have on this KISS chart. For some weird reason I don't. Okay, why can I get it on this one? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I just need to fix this. The 200 simple, but you can see that it is actually pointing down. We are back in the first position on the 15-minute. Do we go back into position on the 2-minute? Position 1 on the 2-minute. And if so, what would that look like? That would look like a line break. Or hold. They're gonna push you off sides because the stop is so big. These guys are bastards. The smallest stop I see is 6 points. That's too much risk for most people. So they could have a high probability of running it without you in the trade, right? So how do we get through that? Well, we got to find a smaller stop if they're going to run it.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Stop is 65. I don't care if it hits it. Oh, I can always re-enter. Stop is 65. Oh. Micros did not get stopped. The ES did get stopped? Okay, there. Okay, minus 5 ticks, 6 ticks.
Order submitted.
I put it in 1 bar too soon.
Order filled. Order filled.
And yes, I could get stopped out again. Stop is 66. I'm trading 1 contract right now, folks. I want clarity. All right, I'm going to wait because we've got 2 crime scenes at 66. Tight stops. I love it. I love it because the next trade I'm going to win, 15 points. I need the 2-minute 20 to turn down. Otherwise, I'm just a little bit early still. Okay, crime scene right here. Crime scene at 65.50 again. So now we got a super cluster of them. Man, they got my stop twice and then ran it on me. Those rat bastards, man. So that just means I had my stop in the wrong place. Lame. Of course. Now the stops are going to be too big to even try to get in. This is what I was trying to do, is get in there, but all right, you got me twice, so all right, whatever. I guess I'll wait another 4 hours for the next fucking trade. You gotta be fucking kidding me with this bullshit.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted.
No fill. I don't know what's going on here. No fill. No fill. Okay. No fill. No fill at 275. Okay. Stop is 650, right? And then one of the accounts filled and went up like 4 points, and then
Order filled.
675 stop. So I'll go 4 points.
Order submitted.
Uh, 6050 prior crime scene. Yellow tape at 6050. Can they get through it? Let's see if are they buying it? Okay, stop to 64. 64.25. I've got a target of 58.75. Okay, stop to 62.50. This thing's got to go now. Go. Go. Because it looks like they're buying it. That's why I have the stop down, right? Either it's going to go 58.75 or 62.50. Okay, out. And now I'm going to wait because now I need clarity because they keep buying it here. I was trying to trade the 2-minute chart, and we're down 5 points. It's a fucking joke, is what it fucking is. Christ. That's why I moved the stop down because when it would down tick, right, it would instantly tick back up, and the 60-50 crime scene holds, right, and that's from the 19th. Oh, from the 21, from today. But it's a previous, so it's a current previous. All of this is still inside the opening first 15-minute bar. This whole thing. And as you notice, I've scaled down to one contract per account. One contract. I was at 3 previous days. One contract per account. So, are they creating a W? Are they creating just a sideways channel? And then, if they create the sideways channel, which way are they going to take it? Zoom. Holy zoom. I look away for a second. We're at 68s, 67s. I just balked at 67.75. Let's see if I'm not going to get paid or if I messed up here. Oh, oh. Yep, I did. My stop literally, I couldn't really define my stop. Right? Okay, notice that that order block, breaker block is holding. That breaker block is holding. So are they getting their wish? Because we are in position 1 on the 4-hour chart. Down. Position 1 down on the 15-minute. We're just bouncing off of a breaker block. Your NQ is trying to run back up into this white line. Is that going to pull the ES up? Now look at how the 15-minute line on close is seen. There's 5 minutes till this bar closes, all right? So 71 over under, right? It'll create a 2-step reversal pattern on the line on close. And this is what algorithms look at, right? It removes all the noise, right? So this is what it would look like. We need 11 points of range expansion to be outside narrow range. So we're pretty wide range, narrow range, basically. And then it goes very, very skinny, as Andy was talking about, all the way into 81.75. Okay. Pivot is S1. S1 is right here as at VWAP as well.
Apply this quantum-inspired, observer-effect mindset to executing trades without hesitation. Trading, whether stocks, crypto, forex, or whatever, thrives on decisive action. But fear of loss, missing out, or screwing up often freezes you at the trigger. You put a process in place, your trading strategy, and you're staring that fear down. Using the framework we've built, here's how to harness your capabilities and execute trades consistently every single time. Reframe yourself as the market's observer. In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer of the market's chaos, price swings, indicators, news. Hesitation comes from staying in superposition. Will it go up? Down? Should I wait? Fear keeps you there, uncommitted. Flip the script. Your trade is the measurement. When you hit buy or sell, you collapse the market's potential into your reality. You're not predicting the universe. You're defining your stake in it. Tell yourself, I don't control the market, but I control my entry. My action makes it real. Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy, charts, signals, risk management is your process, your quantum detector. It's already set up to measure the market's state. Hesitation creeps in when you second guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Trust it. Break it into clear signals. When X happens, e.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA and turn 20 same slope, I do Y. Buy one lot on next signal or next color change. The first step isn't the trade itself, it's acting on the signal. For example, signal, 50-day moving average crosses the 200-day. Action, place the order. This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing. You're measuring what your system already sees. Step 2. Collapse fear with the first click. Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button. It's the double slit moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button. That's the first move that collapses the wave function of doubt into a done deal. Don't wait for perfect clarity. Heisenberg's uncertainty says you'll never have it
Order
all.
filled.
Price and momentum, market and mood. Act on your signal, and the trade becomes real. Example. You see the breakout. Fear says, what if it reverses? Click, buy. Fear dissolves, you're in. Your capability isn't in predicting the future. It's in pulling the trigger when your process says go. Step 3. Make execution instant like entanglement. Entangled particles react instantly. Your decision and action should too. Hesitation is the gap where fear festers. Train yourself. When the signal fires, execute now. No, let me double check, or one more candle. If your process says sell at $50 and it hits $50, sell. Period. Practice this in a demo account if live trades spook you. Simulate 20 trades where you act the second the signal hits. Speed entangles your intent with the outcome, leaving no room for doubt. Real-time example. Crypto dips here by zone, 95 cents. You hit buy before the next hit. Done. Step 4. Repeat to hardwire the muscle memory. Consistency in trading is like running the same quantum experiment. Each execution reinforces your capability. Set a daily goal. I'll take every trade.
God damn it, man.
Start small. One stake. One contract. So fear doesn't choke you. Log each trade. Signal, action, result. Being 10 trades executed without hesitation. Win or lose. Builds the habit. The observer effect here is cumulative. Every click proves you can act, shrinking fear's power over time. Step 5. Embrace losses as part of the
Move my stop too quick.
Not every trade.
Oh, that was probably the only entry we're gonna get to. This thing's toast. This thing's toast. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna be sick. Not really. I'm just being dramatical. Dramatic. Now you definitely don't want it above 220. What is that number? 7250 crime scene.
Order submitted.
Wow, it's gone.
Order
I
canceled.
was bidding 71.25. I was like, no, sorry, we're at 70. We're at 74 now, sir. Did you want a 74? No, I don't want a 74.
Order submitted.
I will take a 72 with a 74.50 though. No, they're. Let's see if they buy it here or not. Uh, 74.75 stop. Looks like they're buying it. Is this the time that I lose 2.5 points or I'm going to make 10 points? Because either it's going to hit my stop and then go down, or it's going to go down with me. Because do you long into a VWAP? See, I just don't know if I have my stop in the right place. I don't want a 77 stop. That's 5 points. I can always re-enter from there. See, because the people on the 2-minute are shorting 71.25. I'm in at 72, right? So I got a better trade than they do, if my stop is in the right spot. If not, well, I'm going to lose 2 3/4 points. Well, I'm going to lose 2 3/4 fucking points. Awesome. Yeah, this looks fucking long, doesn't it? Okay, here's the deal. If it doesn't fail right here, I'm going to close it. If it doesn't fail right here, I'm going to close it. Right here, right here. Go, 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 go. Sell. Sell. 71.50 over under now. 71.50 over under. So go. Now break 68. Go, sweetheart. And yes, it went one tick to my stop. Okay, now I can't move it because my stop's in the exact right spot, right? So which way is the pinprick? Is it up or down? A decision on 2-minute, and the reason we had a perfect short on the 5-minute G-Buck. I can't take a loss on this. 71.75. Oh, I hate this stop. I can't take a loss on it, though, because it was down. I was up 5 points, right? So now it's break even plus 1 at 71.75, which I don't like it at all, but I'm not going to lose in this trade. But I want 10, 15, 20 points from this. Okay, it went one tick from my stop. Okay, now it owes me money, right? Of course, I'm going to get one tick, right? So I'm just going to put that out there. Of course, I'm going to get one tick, right? But I want 10 points.
Order submitted.
And ask yourself, why would he be short instead of long up here? Okay, the answer is the VWAP. Either they're going to sell the VWAP hard, okay, or I'm going to get plus one tick. From the looks of it, it looks like they're going to hunt my one tick. But I'm going for 10 points. Okay, if we can get through 65.75, we've got a good shot at 63.50. Okay, and if we can get through the 63.50s, we can get 60.50. Okay, stop to 71. I hate doing this. Stop to 71. Oh, this is the worst place. Go. I'll take 63.50. Go. 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 Stop to 66.50.
Order canceled.
He shoots, he scores. That's how you use the yellow tape, fam.
So now, Art, as you're going long and going long and going long, I'm asking everyone the question, why would we short here? And I answered it. The answer was that is a draw on liquidity on the VWAP. Okay? Now watch this. We're below the 200. We're below VWAP. We're position 1 on the 15-minute. I mapped out the over-under on the 15-minute. Line on close chart is 71.50 right here. We draw the liquidity, clear as day sweep. I find the right stop. It goes one tick from my stop, folks. One effing tick. Now look how perfect we closed. Look at how perfect we closed the 63.50. Oh, what a trade. And we're green. And we're green. And Velkin, I want to remind you, it could break not the way that you and I think it will break. Whichever way that is at that time when it breaks, right? The ORB is a fickle beast. I had the right stop. On the 2-minute chart, it's a 2-tick stop. On the 30-second chart, I'm literally using a 1 to 2-tick stop. Okay. We made 8 points. We were down. We were down 5 points on some blunders, but we're back. We're plus 3 points. I need a lot more than 3 points. That's a good start, right? That's a good start. I want to remind everyone it's quadruple witching. Okay, so your next target would be 62, 10 points. 62 would be 10 points. Okay, and then you're looking for something down here in this little meaty area right here, if you have any left, right? Because, and I'm not saying it's going to, but what you'd want to do is you'd want to see if this fractal turns back down to position 1, then you'd have position 1. Ooh. I want to remind everyone this is not initial position 1. This is initial position 1. 97.25 was your short. That was your short. Everything else is hard money. Okay? Be careful, guys. Be careful, right? The fractal, those of you that were trying to go long on the fractal, remember what my narrative was, I'm waiting for it to go back into position 1 to the downside. We're position 1, 15. We're position 1. Well, we're under the 200. We're below VWAP. So until it thrusts through the VWAP with extreme green, straight through here, bing, and then consolidates up here, or pushes through it and then consolidates on it and then pushes. Okay, or the VWAP and the 200 become the same on the 2-minute chart, which is something that puts us into narrow state. You have a beautiful, beautiful sword on the 2-minute chart. You have a beautiful sword on the 2-minute chart, and it's at location. Okay, so then if you get gas going here, your target would be the 200 simple. If you're in on that beautiful 65s, okay, if you're in anywhere from 65.50 to 66, shoot for the moon at 86. You might as well. I am not in. 86 reclaim. Yeah, VWAP. Now, just to be clear, VWAP is on every professional's chart. Even if they don't use it, right? They know about it and they know where it is. Very, very easily. Very quickly, very surely, right? So if they're bridging the gap between signal and click, right? They already have it locked in. I'm so glad I didn't have a target of 2 because it went to 225. 350 was the call. And 350 is from today at 10:14 a.m. That is amazing how those things work, Joey. I'm telling you, buddy. That is absolutely Deutschne. Art, did you get the new iPhone 16? I did. And I like it. Except for my screen is glitching on a brand new phone, which I don't appreciate. It's the V. Weppleton tin. This, look, the 15-minute kiss hasn't changed. Okay, your line on close, there's a hard over under. This is a 2-step, folks. We have to be very, very careful of shorting against this now. Heed the warning. Anything above 71.50, if this line on close closes above 71.50, you're going to plausibly turn things around. This would have to, look, to get bearish again, I need a dumpy, a stumpy dump. Shkiboink. Okay? Because now we've got this huge line in the sand at 150. And the reason there's a difference between candlesticks and these line on close is it removes all noise, right? If you want an algorithm that has very little signal to noise ratio, first thing you'd do is you'd clean it up by removing all of the open, high, low, and keep close only. Okay. All right, my over under on the 2 minute and a 30-second chart is 71 now. 71. Over under is 71. It would be a beautiful pinprick below it, and it would be a beautiful draw above it. Yes, Joey, people are getting slaughtered here, and we just took their money. Not in our room, though. People aren't getting slaughtered in our room. People can see my orders. People know what you can see what I'm doing. Don't fade me. Even if I screw up a couple of times, don't fade me. Don't fade me. We got 8.5 points on that one, fam. To the face. Now it's onwards and upwards. I don't mean by price. I mean by account balance. Here's the deal. If all of you don't try to find the patterns in the 30-second chart, okay? Okay, this is what Joey isn't doing, right? Joey, even though he's showing you, okay, this is in the 30-second, this is in the 30-second, notice he's actually only talking about location creation. And what would that location creation be called? Everyone type it in, or you're not allowed to trade it. Type it in. Notice that's the only thing that he's actually talking about on his charts. Location creation, and that is called what? What is Joey calling that? If nobody answers me, none of you are allowed to trade Joey's system. Okay, and I can't have just two answers. I'm serious, guys. Like we can't do the shiny object thing if you don't know what the shiny. He's only showing you location creation. He's not showing you anything else besides that. That's it. Okay, think about what he's typing in. Blow through, right? Okay, crime scene. Okay, location. He's not saying, hey, this is the pattern on this. Notice he's never said that, right? That's where the disconnect is. Okay. Just like people, and this is a perfect example, just like people looking for trades on the KISS chart. The KISS chart is your context. The KISS chart is your context, fam. Context. Okay, that's the first thing that we have to know before we can place a trade. Ah, good. Good. There is valuable information in this room. I promise you. It just isn't handed out. It's earned. Right, fam? Notice Joey didn't say anything besides a location. Perfect. Incredible. That was valuable information that we just talked about. That was probably the most important information of the day. Joey, would you agree with that statement? The rest of you that know what I'm actually talking about, would you agree with that statement? Look what happened to all the longs. Why? Because we're in 15-minute position 1, 2-minute slight chop zone below, not through VWAP. Love it. Love it. Notice he used an if statement. If you do not use an if statement in your trading, you probably don't make money. Probably don't. Oh, that is the blah, 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 blah. Okay, here's my over-under. Watch, I'm going to show you how to get the over-under. Watch, folks. Look. Touch. Okay, 200 up here. Okay, position 1 down. So we're going to draw a line right here where old losing Rev would have, without even thinking twice, would have shorted it and either got lucky or lost every other single time like he did before, because there is a discrepancy right here. Upward sloping, right? This was the first touch of it. Do you see why I shorted here and got 8.5 points? This is not the first touch of it. This is actually starting to accelerate to the upside. So maybe this is, folks, maybe this will be a beautiful combo. Ultra combo, sword and shield / what? Okay, the first trade is a sword and shield entry with a clean stop. What's the rest of the trade? Somebody tell me. Again, we're going to location. And here's the deal. If you don't know this, you cannot be trading real money or an eval. You can't. If you do not know what I'm talking about right here, right now, you can't be trading with real money or an eval. Okay? If they're going to go long off of the sword and shield on the 2-minute chart on the right here in this exact location, what is the actual trade? You guys are making this too complicated. Andy's not allowed to answer, fam. I do this on purpose, right? Like, this is the only way you guys will learn it. My mods aren't allowed to answer. They know what the answer is. That's why they're the mod. I'm literally giving the answer on the screen. And it's very important, right? Okay, aside from Andy's ORB being right above here, right at whatever, 74.75, okay, what is going on right now? It's actually happening it's long from 66 sword and shield. What's the second of the ultra? There's a couple hundred people watching this and nobody knows. Okay, I'm going to say that it's not the coach on this one. It's not the coach on this one. I'm sorry. It's not the coach on this one. It's the student on this one. I have not dropped the ball on this pattern based upon 2 locations. Hint, 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 hint. Should we just stop asking? Joey, should we just stop asking? You guys are going to go, oh, fuck, why didn't I think of that? Duh, it's right there. Andre Peters comes through with the fucking answer. Andre Peters needs a gift. Andre Peters needs a gift. Andre, I'm going to send you... Get a hold of Elijah at sageft.com. I'm going to gift you $25 cash, Venmo or Cash App. Let's fucking go. Everybody, stop making this so difficult. Why are you struggling? Because I'm thinking about 47 different things instead of trying to bridge the gap in time between execution and the signal firing. Collapsing the wavelength in between the electrons, right? There is your target. He shoots, he scores. Now, here's the deal. The reason I hounded you guys on this one, you're never going to forget the 20 SMA halt. Over the next 2 weeks, every one of you are going to go, is this a halt? Is this the 20 halt? Is this the 20 halt? No. The answer is no. That was the 20 SMA halt. You guys like my dramatics, right? I'm not actually mad. I'm actually really glad that now we can really, really understand what just happened here. Think about it. And let's think about this in terms, and if you're wondering why I'm not trading, I can't. Okay? If I'm going to follow one process, I'm going to follow one process, right? The reason this trade worked so well was the one that I took only gave 8.5 points, not 10. Wait a minute. I thought you said the next trade doesn't matter on the last one. You are exactly right. Ding, 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 ding. Remember, my target was 62. It went to 62 quarter. And then what else did I say? The second that we get a big green bar through the VWAP, it has to have another bar through the VWAP. What did we get? A bar through the VWAP. The target would have been ding, 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 ding. Good. And then in 3 years, you'll think back, man, remember when that guy got all weird because nobody knew the answer? Right? Think about that. You'll never forget it. You will never forget this, right? Because now what you can do is you can go back and you can also look at, they created a crime scene at 69.75 as a pinprick. Do you see that on the 30-second chart? Type of Y in the chat if you see the crime scene that was deleted by the cleaners immediately at 69.75, and now we're at 86. Type of Y in the chat if you see it. As a location now. Type of Y in the chat. If on your 30-second chart you see the crime scene that was created, I will show it to you in a second. I can't trade here. If you're wondering why isn't this guy going long, I can't. This is not my trades. Okay. So one person sees it. I'll wait for the delay. Right now, here's the deal. If you have delay on YouTube, make sure your live button is red on YouTube. Okay. There should be no delay on Kick, X, or Facebook. Type a Y in the chat if you see the crime scene, the yellow tape that was created at 69.75 on your 30-second chart, and it springboarded this thing into eternity. Okay? That's what you're looking for, folks. That is what you're looking for. Notice this thing just ripping face. Notice I wasn't talking about shorting anymore. How did he know there was no more shorts? We were still under the VWAP. How did he know? I actually gave the answer. Does anyone remember what the answer was? Why I was no longer super bearish? And if you're long, great, guys. You're at Upper Keltner. You need to lock it in. Hank, look. Well, I'm on the 2-minute and you guys are on the 30-second. And then we had absolute debauchery on the 2-minute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Joey, what did you mark that as? Because that is debauchery. You could say it's a crime scene as wide as 67.75 to 74.75. What did you mark on the 2-minute? That is an outlier. Look, here's where Joey found this, folks. Look at this. Look. This is where Joey found the crime scene thing. Okay. I remember one of his first posts, he sent this. He's like, look at this, dude. Look what happens when your white is below your red here. He said the best thing that can happen is it comes back to the white, okay, and goes, look at that. This is an outlier. This is an outlier from, watch this, from here to here is an outlier. Okay, now here's how we know it's an outlier. Watch. It's very rare that price is in between red and blue with white outside of red or blue. Do you guys see that? Okay. See how it slides right up in them, in the DMs, right? So then right here's a crime scene, right, between red and blue, right? You guys see this? Okay. But what I want to understand, and what I want everyone to understand is don't just throw away. Okay, don't just throw away all the stuff that you've learned, right? Incorporate it. Incorporate it. Go back to the drawing board. Go back to the scientific process and figure out what does not work first. Okay? That's the order of operations. Great trading, everybody. Very, very teachable moment. You'll notice that I get fired up. Trust me, I'm not ever really mad, right? And I use the F-bomb so people listen, right? It's amazing how many people tune in after the F-bomb is dropped. Ooh, what's he saying? Rev's cussing. What's he saying? Well, I hope you're listening, right? You're not going to listen, folks. You're not going to get this from other people. Here's why. They don't know it. And if they know it, they don't know how to articulate it to you, nor do they want to. So why do you? Because I'm an empathetic person. I struggled for years, just like I did with my alcohol drinking and abusing alcohol, right? So then when you get sober, first you work on yourself, then you work on others. Hi, others. Hi, I'm Revan. We'll call it, I'm a loseaholic, right? Because once you're an alcoholic, you don't ever stop being an alcoholic, right? Just because you don't drink doesn't mean you're not an alcoholic, right? So, hi, my name is Revan. I'm a loseaholic. If anyone would like to share today, feel free. Okay. The first step is admitting that you need help. If you're wondering why I'm not trading here, this is not my money. This is right inside of where we don't trade. Now, I want to look at this, folks. Look, what did I say? Okay, if the white line stays above 71.50, there's probably a pretty good chance of something happening up the old upsider there, right? And if it goes down, it's got to go way down, right? Boy, did I call that. How did he know? How did he know? Let's have a session together. I'm going to you'll see it soon after that. Good, Andy. The wins are the uncomfortable trades. Who was I talking to about that the other day? Was it Isaiah? No. The trades that you're really confident in, and there's no, those usually don't work, right? But the one where, like, for example, shorting at whatever that was, 71.25, whatever it was, that was very uncomfortable. Good. Perfect. The only way to get comfortable is to push the button and collapse the distance between the learning and your process. Right? There's infinite things that you can collapse the distance between. Do you guys realize that? Infinite. And that's what the observer method is showing you through the what do they call it? The slit test. Yeah, the 5-minute is a very good example of your red, white, and blue. Abso-freaking-lutely, Joey. Yep. All right, and now remember, if you've had a call with me, email me, sage@sageft.com, and I want you to put 2 things on there. I want you to put 2 things. I want you to tell me what call you're on. Okay, and then I want you to tell me what the challenge that ails you, right? It's not a problem. It's a challenge. Okay. How do we view it? The problem is, well, shit, I don't know. I got a 4th leg that I got to get rid of. Okay, that's a problem, right? Or I got diabetes and they have to cut my foot off, right? That's a problem. Okay, but the challenge that we're facing here is there's just we need to shorten the bridge. We need to collapse the information gap between the 2 electrons in your trading. All right, now while I'm waiting for this next trade to fire off, I must bring Rosie in. If this makes you cringe, if this read makes you cringe, it is for you.
Let's apply this quantum-inspired observer effect mindset to execute.
If this lady's voice bothers you,
trading,
I'm
whether
playing
stocks,
it
crypto,
for you.
Forex, or whatever, thrives on decisive action, but fear of loss, missing out, or screwing up often freezes you at the trigger. You've got a process in place, your trading strategy, and you're staring that fear down. Using the framework we've built, here's how to harness your capabilities and execute trades consistently, every single time. Reframe yourself as the market's observer. In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer.
Hold on. Listen. And Andy's probably going to go out in the yard and run around because it's so. This right here, what she says I'm about to play, is, let's use the word liberating. Listen to this.
In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer of the market's chaos, price swings, indicators, news. Hesitation comes from staying in superposition. Will it go up? Down? Should I wait? Fear keeps you there, uncommitted. Flip the script. Your trade is the measurement. When you hit buy or sell, you collapse the market's potential into your reality.
Okay. What? And that goes right along with what Andy, like he typed in, we're uncomfortable. Okay, so now what are you collapsing? And Andy's going to speak for all of you since he knows what the general consensus is. We don't want to give anyone, we don't want to dox anyone that's in the accountability group. So Andy's going to speak for them, right? So now Andy, so think about this. If you just become the market's observer, okay, and going with what she just said, where's the decision making? And so what are we actually trying to collapse in that statement, right? That we're going to collapse the market's potential into your reality. When I hit sell right here at whatever that damn number was, okay? Now I was a part of the market. And I'm still just an observer, right? One thing we've always said is we can't control the market. We can only control the way that you react to it. Perfect. Andy, you may answer. This is for you to answer, and you're going to be the collective group voice for your accountability group. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am talking to you directly. Perfect. You're collapsing the distance between making a decision based upon the signal and pushing the button. How do you collapse the distance between those two forces or actions? When she's speaking, she's talking, she's telling you all of the things that you can collapse using quantum mechanics. Because what the theory is, and look, I'm just a dummy, okay? My IQ, honestly, is no more than 140. No bullshit, right? Okay? So I don't really know that much about this shit unless I was to actually dive in. But what I know is for this electron that's sitting right here, somewhere else, there's an electron. Okay, but the second that you observe, try to capture which electron is the other electron. When you observe those two electrons, you're actually possibly changing the course or action of those two electrons, no matter where they lie, no matter the distance, space, or time. We observe. Okay? I'm going to carry on. And I can't trade here, folks. I can't. How many of you are really liking this stuff? I'm not talking about her voice. I'm talking about the content. Type a Y in the chat. I'm going to carry on.
You're not predicting the universe. You're defining your stake in it. Tell yourself, I don't control the market, but I control my entry. My action makes it real. Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy.
And I want to be clear. Look, guys, I've got about 20 hours, 30 hours into what you're hearing. This isn't something I found on the internet.
Measure the market state. Hesitation creeps.
There's a lot more behind this. That's why I need to know where you're at, where you're stuck.
Trust it.
Folks, Elijah and I got you. We have to know what you need help with.
E.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA and turn 20 same slope. I do Y. By one lot on next signal or next color change. The first step isn't the trade itself, it's acting on the signal. For example, signal 50 days.
Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Hank. So Hank, what are you all right, everybody, let's help Hank. Those of you that have a basic understanding in quantum mechanics, Hank, we're about to fix you right here, right now. This is a free one, right? So this is what all the rest of you are you're gonna deal with this when you get on a call with me, right? So let's help Hank out. Andy, go ahead. Let's work Hank for a minute here while we wait for the next trade. And folks, I'll be here till 4 p.m. Don't worry. Hank, first thing we're going to ask you is, do you have your process in place as to when you are to take profit or not take profit? Yes or no? Watch, we're going to bridge this gap. Watch this. Get ready to collapse it, Hank. Do you go by Hank or do you go by your first name? I mean, obviously your screen name is Hank. But hold on. No, Andy, hold on. No, hold on. That's not the question yet. The question is, do you have your 100 level trade and it tells you when to exit? Yep. There we go. Okay. So Hank, you know when you're supposed to take profit and you're taking profit at a different time. So what is the wavelength that you're going to collapse? And what are the two electrons you're going to entangle? Watch this, folks. He's going to get it on his first try. Watch this. I'm about to blow your mind. Go. The distance between no. Okay, so the first electron is your process that tells you when to exit correctly. Okay. And so the entanglement is we want to shorten the wavelength between that and what? Okay, we're back in a narrow state on the 2-minute, folks. This might be what they waited for the pullback. Don't think of distance as a measurement of length or time in this case. It's just something you're going to collapse. This is the quantum part of it, right? There's no there. So I take that back. Well, right. So the first input is the first electron is your exit. You know when you're supposed to exit. Okay. So then, if we're talking about there's an electron that's exactly the same somewhere else in the universe. Okay. And what you want to do is you want to bridge the distance between those. You want to collapse the distance between those. Okay, so Jeremy, your second one is you want to bridge the distance between knowing where to close it correctly and where you close it correctly. So every single time that you know that you're supposed to wait and you don't, that is the gap that you're trying to close. You're going to collapse that wavelength in between those electrons. Does that make sense? And how do you do that? Listen, ready? Here it comes. Ready? Listen. She's going to give you the actual answer of the question you seek.
Action. Place the order. This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop. I'm going to start it over. Okay, it's going to start on how do I fix Hank's problem? Ready, Hank? Here it comes.
Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy, charts, signals, risk management is your process, your quantum detector. It's already set up to measure the market state. Hesitation creeps in when you second guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Trust it. Break it into clear signals. When X happens, e.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA and turn 20 same slope, I do Y, by one lot on next signal or next color change. The first step isn't the trade itself, it's acting on the signal. For example, signal, 50-day moving average crosses the 200-day. Action, place the order.
Okay, so now, think about it. Hank, ad-lib in what she just said with your challenge, right? I'm not holding to my target. Okay, so now you're going to bridge the gap from where you exit and your target.
This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in.
We're almost position 1 on the 2-minute.
You're measuring what your system
We're at VWAP.
sees. Step 2. Collapse fear with the first click. Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button.
And Hank, your fear is being wrong. Oh, what if it doesn't go to the what if it doesn't go to the target? So you exit the trade, then you're more pissed off because it went right to your target where you knew it was going to go. So what you're collapsing is that action.
It's the double slip moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button. That's the first move that collapses the wave function of doubt into a done deal. Don't wait for perfect clarity. Heisenberg's uncertainty says you'll never have it all: price and momentum, market and mood. Act on your signal, and the trade becomes real. Example: you see the breakout. Fear says, what if it reverses? Click buy. Fear dissolves, you're in. Your capability isn't in predicting the future, it's in pulling the trigger when your process says go.
We'll carry on with that here in a minute. We might slide into position 1 here. We're going to lock in. And her answer is, the only way to fix it, Hank, is repetition. You want your biceps to be bigger? What do? Okay? It's literally that easy. All right, on the bottom side, what was the number? And where did it stop exactly? 71.50. Imagine that, folks. Imagine it stopped right on our white line. Imagine. So now, what's the over-under? 71.50. Good. Great day, everybody. Wonderful day. I marked 73.75. Confirm, Joey? The first close inside. And we got another one right below it, 71.75. Big over under here, folks. Big over under. Big over under here. And they're leaning into the bid. Be very careful. Because and the reason I say is it's a perfect 3-bar pin bar play on the 32nd inside of that 2-minute sword.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Well, it wasn't going to give me 72.75. That's for sure. Show me another stop so I can get another entry. Ten and a half points. My offer was 72.75, and it completed business up there. So let's see what they do with it from right there. So it looks like there's a lot of people hunting that 72.75. So do they smash it real quick and then bring it back down? There's a reason though. There's a reason 275 is in play. Definitely. But I want to see what they do with it, because they could buy it through for the weak players, or not. Does it give me a better stop where I could enter again, or are they close enough to the VWAP that they want to buy it again? Okay, or did I just not get 72.75? That's fine. Yeah, good. Glad I didn't keep my order there. 2 minute, Joy? And 5 minute. Holy shit. Yeah. 73 with a 68.50. $77.50. They got to 77.25. Interesting. That's very interesting. Thank you. And coming up on the prior low to low trend line, which would be right around 78.75 to 79. Back into the ORB, and now they're trying to break it.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order canceled.
Love you too, Pops. I was hoping for 71.50 to break.
Order submitted. Order filled.
71.50 over under. Yes, I'm taking risk. Yes, I'm one contract. Either they're going to bounce this on me or they're going to run this draw here, this level here. One or the other, right? Here it comes.
Order submitted.
You're going for 63.75. Stops down, stops down. This is a good one. This is a good one. 71.50 stop. Going for 63.75. 63.75. Bring it. That's my exact number. Okay, stop to 69.25. Go. Go. Okay, decision right here. Mark of the beast. Either we flush him or he draws. Go. Go. Flush the 66s. Flush him. And next level would be 63.50. Go. Right on lower Keltner. Right on lower Keltner. Right on lower Keltner. 68.50 stop. 68.50 stop.
Order canceled.
Well, ES has got filled. Micros did not. That's okay.
Order canceled.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So what if, listen. So what if I got stopped out on the first one? Did I nail the second one? Or did I pussyfoot around? Folks, the quantum entanglement between knowing your process and pushing the button is the distance between the two. That's it. Why do you think I keep playing that? Why do you think I keep playing that, folks? I'm not playing it for you. I'm playing it for me. Was that the easiest trade of the day for 2R? Folks, 2R. Probably going to get more than 2R here. 59.75 would be 3R, folks. Be careful between 60.50 and 63.50. Yep. I've got a 15-minute crime scene at 60.50. I've got a 30-second crime scene at 60.50. Okay, so be careful. So here's the short, right? Everyone should have been in it. It was textbook. Wait for the stop to get created. Red overtakes green in position 1 below the VWAP. Fire the lace hair. We talked about 71.50 was the over-under, okay? So they got him on the way up. We go back into position 1. We lean into 71.50, and what did we do? We got 2R from her. Thank you, Miss Market. We appreciate the cookies that you baked for us. The short bread cookies you made for us. They were delicious. Thank you very much. All right, let's spam the chat if you got that. We're starting to step on the gas now, fam. One of these accounts, I have to make up an extra $450 today. Yeah. Okay, and if you didn't get that trade, why not? Okay, what would your coach tell you? If you think you need to schedule another session with me, fam, you need to schedule another session with me, fam. Okay, if you think you need a doctor, if you think you need to go to the emergency room because your arm is dangling from the socket, you probably need to go to the emergency room because your arm is dangling from its socket. The 86 back. Was it not beautiful, though? Huh? Right up into the 86s. Two-step pattern. Fails. Wow, 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 wow. Joey, this was textbook, brother. Watch, if we draw this out. Look, Joey knows this, folks. I'm talking to Joey because it seems like nobody wants to commiserate with me. Watch. Joey, watch this. La-da-da-dee-da-dee-da-da-da. Look, and look what it does. Whack! Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there, Longs. Oh, I'm sorry. Back into position 1, 15 minutes, position 1, downwards. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I got stopped out on the first one. So it showed me a fake stop of 64.50, right? Okay, cool. What does that have anything to do with the next trade? Absolutely nothing. Nothing in terms of execution. Everything in terms of context. Good. I shorted this one, got stopped out here, or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Whatever it was, right? I had a two point stop. Okay. So, it was after this one. Oh, it was on the 30-second chart. Okay. So what I did is I traded the 2-minute chart on the 30-second chart on the first one. I should have waited for the 2-minute to create the stop. Okay. And then I entered short. Stop was up 2 ticks above that. 71. That's one more. And I got 2R right down there with Lower Keltner and my 30-second crime scene. Okay. Context right down into the draw point. Perfect. Draw point. Where's the draw point? There's the draw point. How do we know it's a draw point? Because they sweep below it. Now we're cooking with gas, fam. Now we're cooking with gas. But look at the context of this bar to set you up for the trade that you're waiting for. Nobody wanted to stop there. Think about it. No. Because that's too much risk. You can only go 1R. But if you can get a smaller stop, you can go 2R, 3R, 4R, and get the same target. Less risk. Good. Michael, go over to discord.gg/SageFT and search CS and crime scene and red and blue. Just use those terms. Or just wait for Joey to describe them again. Was I the only person that nailed that short? The absolute most textbookish short besides the one over here? Am I the only person that got that short? Tell me I'm not. Okay, this is the only other one that was position 1, initial position 1. This was the trade. Whoops. Trade of the day. Circled the wrong thing. Okay. I got too many lines on here. No more locked doors. No more locked doors. Wait till you see my Aztec warrior. Oh, man, this is such good, man. Oh, my goodness, folks. We're firing on all cylinders here. This is nothing short of an absolute beautiful thing. Okay, there's another 30-second, but I am not going to take it because we did bounce off that 63. So it is showing that there is a buyer down here. So now on your 30-second chart, right? If you have your crime scenes in there, look at how in play these are. And the way that you're looking at the crime scenes is you figure out, well, where did that come from? Okay, so if you start it right where the crime scene happens, okay, which is price in between the blue and red with white on the outside. Okay, it started at 10:52 today. All right, so watch this. So if we go to 10:52 today, look at that. Oh, that's the one that set the fire to 90. Bang! Boop! Michael Rodriguez, it is an outlier in terms of patterns on the chart. When price is inside of red and blue and white is outside of red and blue, you can rewind it to hear it again. Anyone short, it's a perfect 30-second short into red. Perfectly executed on your 2-minute chart as well. We do not have an entry yet on the 2-minute chart. Be careful. Be careful. One green bar, and it's up here at 72.50 over under on your 30-second chart, fam. Why? Because look at where the location is of the start of that collapse. Would that be from narrow state moving into wide state? Is that starting an ignition bar from a moving average? I had to think about that word as I'm looking at it. Right? Velez, right? Oliver Velez. Strongest ignition bars happen from narrow state or the moving average? Good. Good. Now we're cooking with gas. Remember what I said about a big green bar would kind of mess things up? Okay. Watch your over under. I'm gonna take a few minute break, folks. I'm super green, loving it. Everything's good. It's break time. The wife convinced me that it is. She's gonna make me some lunch or something like that. I don't know. And I will see everybody here in just a little bit. Do not go away. We will be here. Listen, we are going to get more trades. It is going to be absolute craziness here in a little bit because it is quad witching. Quad witching. Look at that red bar. Look at that. That's a red bar. If it goes green, we're going 56.86 instantly.
Connection lost.
Let's apply this quantum-inspired, observer effect mindset to executing trades without hesitation. Trading, whether stocks,
Oh, I get what you're
crypto,
saying. I got it
forex,
from here,
or
guy.
whatever,
Wink.
thrives on decisive action. But
No,
fear
no,
of loss,
no, no, no,
missing
no, no,
out,
no, no,
or
no.
screwing up often
Why
freezes you at
won't
the
you
trigger.
listen to me?
You've got a process in place, your trading strategy, and you're staring that fear down. Using the framework we've built, here's how to harness your capabilities and execute trades consistently, every single time. Reframe yourself as the market's observer. In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer of the market's chaos, price swings, indicators, news. Hesitation comes from staying in superposition. Will it go up? Down? Should I wait? Fear keeps you there, uncommitted. Flip the script. Your trade is the measurement. When you hit buy or sell, you collapse the market's potential into your reality. You're not predicting the universe. You're defining your stake in it. Tell yourself, I don't control the market, but I control my entry. My action makes it real. Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy, charts, signals, risk management is your process, your quantum detector. It's already set up to measure the market state. Hesitation creeps in when you second-guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Trust it. Break it into clear signals. When X happens, e.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA and turn 20 same slope, I do Y, by one lot on next signal or next color change. The first step isn't the trade itself, it's acting on the signal. For example, signal, 50-day moving average crosses the 200-day. Action, place the order. This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing. You're measuring what your system already sees. Step 2. Collapse fear with the first click. Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button. It's the double slit moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button. That's the first move that collapses the wave function of doubt into a done deal. Don't wait for perfect clarity. Heisenberg's uncertainty says you'll never have it all, price and momentum, market and mood. Act on your signal, and the trade becomes real. Example. You see the breakout. Fear says, what if it reverses? Click, buy. Fear dissolves, you're in. Your capability isn't in predicting the future, it's in pulling the trigger when your process says go. Step 3. Make execution instant like entanglement. Entangled particles react instantly. Your decision and action should too. Hesitation is the gap where fear festers. Train yourself. When the signal fires, execute now. No, let me double check, or one more candle. If your process says sell at $50 and it hits $50, sell. Period. Practice this in a demo account if live trades spook you. Simulate 20 trades where you act the second the signal hits. Speed entangles your intent with the outcome, leaving no room for doubt. Real-time example. Crypto dips to your buy zone, 95 cents. You hit buy before the next tick. Done. Step 4. Repeat to hardwire the muscle memory. Consistency in trading is like running the same quantum experiment. Each execution reinforces your capability. Set a daily goal. I'll take every trade my system flags today. Start small, low stakes, one contract, so fear doesn't choke you. Log each trade, signal, action, result. Seeing 10 trades executed without hesitation, win or lose, builds the habit. The observer effect here is cumulative. Every click proves you can act, shrinking fear's power over time. Step 5. Embrace losses as part of the collapse. Not every trade wins, just like not every quantum measurement lands where you hope. A loss isn't a failure of capability. It's data from your observation. Your process accounts for this, stop losses, risk ratios, so a losing trade is still a successful execution. Hesitation often comes from fearing loss, but if you've sized your position right, e.g., 1% risk, it's just noise. Example. You buy at $100, stop at $98, target $105. It stops out. You still executed perfectly, fear didn't win. Trading playbook, execute without hesitation. 1. Own your role. You're the observer. Your trade shapes your reality, not the market's whims. 2. Trust the signal. Your process is your detector. Act when it pings, no debate. 3. Click fast. First move collapses, fear. Hit the button now. 4. Close the gap. Entangle decision and action, zero delay. 5. Repeat daily. Hardwire it with consistent reps. 6. Accept the outcome. Wins or losses, execution is the win. Practical kickoff. Today, pick one signal from your strategy, say a MACD crossover or a support bounce. When it triggers, open your platform, smallest step. Enter the trade size per your rules. Click, execute, no pause. Feel the rush? That's fear collapsing. Do it once and you've measured your capability. Do it 10 times and hesitation's toast. Visualize the ES contract at your buy line, 6,000.00. Signal says go. You click, buy for one contract. Done. You're in. Next signal, same deal. Your capability isn't the profit, it's the click. How's your trading process set up? Let's nail that first trade together.
Traders, how we doing today? Happy Friday. Coming right off a lower Keltner. So now, do we turn it back up, go into position one while we're fractal 15-minute long? So then if they're going to take this all the way up, the target would be right at the 200 simple, okay, which would be right around 57.18, okay, which lines up with 20 with Mancini. And so Mancini says if we break 20, if they're going to reclaim 86, 20 is the next reclaim 47.50 if it wants to. Okay, or this is options expiration, quadruple witching Friday, and it can just turn back down if it wants to. It will do whatever it wants to do. Make sure you are protected. Trading light. They're just going to run it. Okay, now we're at upper Keltner. We still need 10.5 points to be outside narrow range. You're going to have some turbulence between 1375 and 16s. Man, they're just going to run it without me. I cannot enter anything greater than 625. I'll have to wait. So Zach, look at this. Look right here. So this is the 30-second chart, right? And so then I'll try here. This is the 5 minutes. Try here. If it goes through there, that becomes a location. Then you trade away from it or to it, like a pivot. And if you just put it right along your 10 range, oh, dude, it's money. Sniper entries. Yeah, 0825. Yeah. 08 on the 2 minute and 0825 on the 30-second. But you're at upper Keltner, so you got to make that decision. Mm-hmm. It's almost the end of lunch. Might take this a little low. They might go a little lower here. Upper Keltner, double wick. So the point of interest that you're watching is 550. Okay, there's the 550s. Now what? There's nothing on the 5 minute until 89.50 to 85. That would be lower Kelvin on the 2 minute. Uh-oh.
Let's apply this quantum-inspired, observer effect mindset to executing trades without hesitation. Trading, whether stocks, crypto, forex, or whatever, thrives on decisive action, but fear of loss, missing out, or screwing up often freezes you at the trigger. You've got a process in place, your trading strategy, and you're staring that fear down. Using the framework we've built, here's how to harness your capabilities and execute trades consistently, every single time. Reframe yourself as the market's observer. In quantum mechanics, the observer collapses uncertainty into reality. In trading, you're the observer of the market's chaos, price swings, indicators, news. Hesitation comes from staying in superposition. Will it go up? Down? Should I wait? Fear keeps you there, uncommitted. Flip the script. Your trade is the measurement. When you hit buy or sell, you collapse the market's potential into your reality. You're not predicting the universe, you're defining your stake in it. Tell yourself, I don't control the market, but I control my entry. My action makes it real. Step 1. Lean on your process as the detector. Your trading strategy, charts, signals, risk management is your process, your quantum detector. It's already set up to measure the market state. Hesitation creeps in when you second guess it, like tweaking a perfectly calibrated tool mid-experiment. Trust it. Break it into clear signals. When X happens, e.g., price and 8 EMA cross through 20 SMA and turn 20 same slope, I do Y, buy one lot on next signal or next color change. The first step isn't the trade itself, it's acting on the signal. For example, signal, 50-day moving average crosses the 200-day. Action, place the order. This is your smallest actionable piece, no hesitation because it's pre-decided. The observer effect kicks in. You're not guessing. You're measuring what your system already sees. Step 2. Collapse fear with the first click. Fear peaks right before execution, that moment when your finger hovers over the button. It's the double slit moment. Infinite outcomes, profit, loss, swirl in your head. The fix? Hit the button. That's the first move that collapses the wave function of doubt into a done deal. Don't wait for perfect clarity. Heisenberg's uncertainty says you'll never have it all, price and momentum, market and mood. Act on your signal, and the trade becomes real. Example. You see the breakout. Fear says, what if it reverses? Click buy. Fear dissolves, you're in. Your capability isn't in predicting the future, it's in pulling the trigger when your process says go. Step 3. Make execution instant like entanglement. Entangled particles react instantly. Your decision and action should too. Hesitation is the gap where fear festers. Train yourself. When the signal fires, execute now. No, let me double check, or one more candle. If your process says sell at $50 and it hits $50, sell. Period. Practice this in a demo account if live trades spook you. Simulate 20 trades where you act the second the signal hits. Speed entangles your intent with the outcome, leaving no room for doubt. Real-time example. Crypto dips to your buy zone, 95 cents. You hit buy before the next tick. Done. Step 4. Repeat to hardwire the muscle memory. Consistency in trading is like running the same quantum experiment. Each
Order submitted. Order cancel. Order submitted.
Put the order in there fast enough.
Order canceled.
Oh, 375 was the entry. Did anyone get it? 02 stop. Took an extra second for me to put it in, and that's all it took for the algos to jump in front of me. Damn it. Somehow I don't have this right. Why is it not showing up? Apex. Oh, I see. Okay. 2 Apex. Now they got to be a little bit of trouble if you didn't get a T1 there. 0550 was in 1R. But see, you're in between white and red, so now they could drive it. 96 on the 15-minute. 96 on the 15-minute. Did they get? I just ran back here real quick. I just choked on my water. There, I didn't look. I didn't expect to get 96 that fast. That's why I ran back here. Oh my god! And then you have to take a drink of water to stop from choking on the water that you're. Wow, that was quick. Now, and you see where I got the 96, right? 15-minute white. And I used the risk reward drawing to replace an order. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Except for if you had it drawn incorrectly. I'm sure they have things like out there's I think I know there's traders that have that out there. So look at how we're off of upper Keltner. So then they sold to the 96. Well, we're not there yet, but I mean, we're getting there. Is it just me and you in here? Are we the only D-gens in here? Chuck's here. Yeah, we're on 4 platforms. I'm just being silly. So a great filter on the 2-minute KISS chart is don't enter longs with the 30 seconds between the moving averages, right? White, 15-minute white. And the big pin bar. Hank. Oh, oh. 30-second yellow tape. At yellow tape. Yellow tape at yellow tape. Oh, man. Traffic. Wow, you could have just taken an 01 with an 02 stop. That is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. 94.75. You'll see. You'll see if I trade. I want clarity. I want first position in a fresh 2 minute. Oh, 150 snuck up in there. You see that? That is wicked. Look at this.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Did I go the wrong way? I think I went the wrong way. Oh, somehow I'm only in one MES contract. Oh my God. That is so funny. I hit the wrong DOM. Whoops. That is funny. I'm looking at it. I'm like, why is there no trades on it? I just risked $7, $6. I'm like, what the fuck was that? That was the wrong button, sir. Would you like me to press it again? Oh, let me check it. Oh, yeah.
Now, can you guys hear me? There, is that better? Looks like I was one bar early. What was my stop? Was my stop at 04? My stop was 04, and that was the top. You bastards. You're supposed to come up to white and then dip. So I could have re-entered at 0250 with an 0425 stop. All right. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, it should sound perfect now. Good, good, good. Thank you, Chuck. Oh, I can't believe it stopped me to the tick at 04. Luckily, I screwed up and only put a micro in there. My stop was 04 and it stopped me to the tick. So now we're at 94, 10 points later. And that was perfect. That was a perfect trade. It had to gather up force to break it through that 01 to 02 level, and then it did. He's got all you can eat right here at 96. Which way did they take it? It's 93.50 or 98.50 from right here. Okay, there's 93.50. Now does it get 92.25? or is he going to trap? $93.50 to the tick. How did he know? That's not. Uh, that's. I don't think that's how it works. Crime scene is the location. Location is part of context. And then there's 6 other questions you have to be able to answer before you can enter a trade. I would like an initial position 1, please. Show me position 1. We're above VWAP. We're above the 200. We're above the upsloping 20 on the 15, pushing towards the 200, the flat 200 on the 15. So that makes it hard to get in love with a short. I'm in love with the shorty. Oh, they didn't like that. Oh. 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 Interesting. Hmm. I was watching a short at 99 with an 01 stop. As you can see, I didn't push the button because I'm not right. It's a perfect entry for a counter trend 2 minute. Okay, a perfect entry on the 30-second chart for a 2-minute scalp. Okay, but what I'm looking for is, which has been a counter trend scalp. What I'm looking for is initial position 1 that lines up on 2-minute and the 15-minute chart. Right. So let's say, for example, we go fractal down here on the 15-minute, folks. It's going to be people like Zach that are going to go free for all, carte blanche on your stops. Right. If we turn back into position 1 on the 15-minute to the downside, I'm telling you, right? Like you're going to see it because it's quadruple witching. One good habit to pick up is if you're not yet a profitable trader and you're scouring for information, fall in love with your drawing tool. Fall in love with your profit and loss or your Fibonacci, whichever one you use, drawing tool. Fall in love with it because it's really the only way that you can keep yourself occupied enough to figure out which time to push the button correctly. Because you can draw out a lot of them that work, don't work, right? And instead of keep harvesting the data of pushing the button at the wrong time, right? There's other ways to figure out your edge. Okay, so if we were to take a trade, it would be and I'm just making this up, right? 98.25 short. It would be counter trend, and your target would be 83. The problem is your stops would be above 06. So therefore, we want to trade closer to the levels where our stops would be between 04 and 06 if we were to look for a short. Go on, 2 minute. Go on, I'm listening. Better dust yourself off, pal. The yellow tape, Chuck, just to clarify, yellow tape is a location. That's only one piece of the puzzle. There's 7 other things that you have to be able to identify. Location is half of context. All right, so there's your O2s. When's it my turn?
Order submitted.
Why do I keep putting on the wrong one?
Order submitted. Order filled.
I have a tight stop. It could even stop me and then run. Go. Go. Come on, la da da. Go.
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted.
At the exact low. Again, I'm just a little too tight with the stop there. Man. Wow. Right on the low tick. Okay, but the good thing is only 5 or 6 ticks. It was only 6 ticks.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Can I get 09? Oh, 675. Big roadblock coming in. 350 stop because I can always re-enter. It's Chop Fest Sunday or Friday, and I'm not going to give it back. Okay, it can come back and hit me and then go up. I don't care. Go right now. 350 is my stop.
Order
Fuck you.
canceled.
Oh, 125 was my stop. So let's see if I made the right decision on pulling it down, up, right? Because that was not supposed to break right there, right? So it either goes to 0125 or 0725. I had a target of 9. Yes, here's the link for me to answer those in depth. All right, it was a good decision. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah. Now we're watching 93.50 again, right? Or what do you have? 93.50 or 94.25, whatever. Good protection there. Good protection. Unfortunately, I did get stopped at 175 at the bottom for minus 5 or 6 ticks. The breakout will not be televised. You've got a Joey X around 95.75. As you can see, first position would be up, so I can't go long. Okay, but are we about to make a lower high? Okay, question mark, right? I'm just eroding profitability, so there might not be a whole lot that we trade more here. We need to get something going. We need to get something going, or nothing at all, right?
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order filled.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. That was not a shortable thing. I don't know why I did that. That was hmm.
filled. Order filled.
99.50 stop. Well, fuck you. That is going to be about it for me. I don't have my, oh my God.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, either it touches the bottom of that green bar on the 30-second chart or it doesn't. Okay, my stop is 97.75. I'm long 97.50. Okay, either it touches 97.75 or it doesn't. I would prefer it doesn't. Stay away from my order, please. Free trade. It is going to hit 97.75 right here. Bink. Free trade. No risk. Go up. Row, maggots. Row. And I had a 96 stop and a 97.50 entry. My stop is 97.75. Like I said, 97.75. Either it prints the bottom of that bar or it didn't. They didn't even find any MES sellers down there. We got a live one here, folks. If we can get through 02 and we can get through 03, we got ourselves a shindig, fam. We got ourselves a shindig. Hello. Now my stop is in a great place, 97.75. Okay, we don't want the freight train to come over and run us over after we're up 4 points. 97.75 is my stop. It's a clean one. It's a clean one. Does it come back and touch it, or do we go straight to 06.75?
Order submitted.
Okay, so it's either 97.75 or 06.75 from right here. And it's going to be 97.75. That will not bother me, though. Yes, it will. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I think it's the perfectly placed stop, right? Because if it goes to 97.75, all of the algorithms will flip. Okay? But if they're bearish, they're bullish, they're protecting that 97.75, or that's the best price that they want, and they want to trip my stop into their sell side liquidity. Either we make it through this web of O1s to O2s, or we don't, folks. I have the perfectly placed stop. There's a litany of reasons why it's hard for it to get through O1, O2. If it can springboard through O1, O2, it's straight to O5 and possibly upper Keltner. Okay. If it can get through O1, O2. I have 0650. Yeah, we might get this, right? If it doesn't come down to 97.75 and stop me to the absolute tick and then go to 0650, okay, we might get this. But they have to release O2 first. Okay? There's nothing that says they've released O2 first. Not yet. No, folks, because no. Think of a FBO. Right? It can go all the way up to 4 or 5 before it says, well, no, 2 was still too expensive. Okay? It isn't until it says 8 that you broke 2. Right, fam? See? It can fall back right into the O1s. See? That was their test. And now, either it's a big red bar or it's a big green bar from right here. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be a big red bar because we are quadruple expiration, right? And so they have to flush it. Yeah, that's going to be heartbreaking. That's going to be heartbreaking. 1 from the tick, and we got 5. We are 5 points good up there, 6 points good up there, and we're going to get 1 tick out of this thing, and then it's going to go up. Go, fuck you, fuck you. Yeah, I don't got much more of this in me. Oh, look, the simulator. Look, the simulator. Here goes this copier bullshit, right? Here, simulator. Oh, here, hold on, simulator. Okay, okay. Well, anyway, 0102 failed, so now it's told you what the market's going to do now. Okay, so now I need position one if I'm going to trade again. I absolutely will not trade again unless I have absolute clarity. Position one, lock, stock, 2 smoking barrels. That means we have about 50 points to go to the downside before I even take a fucking trade. To the downside before I take a trade. 50 to get it going. And then I'll think about taking a fucking trade. I literally just gave back most of my profit for these evals for the day. Lots of break evens today, fam. Lots of break evens. That's all right. Being protective. Being protective. All right, we got 28 minutes left to trade here. And to be clear, the take profit hit profit targets for the day. So I locked in at 435 in profit. Okay, the profit target on that, I believe, is 275 or something like that a day. And so we're way over it on that one. But I'm under on these two. La 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 la. All right, you're in a 2-minute crime scene here. $98.50. Dun, 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 dun. Anyone have any really good plans for the weekend? Okay, there's 93.50. Return to the scene of the crime. Nice. 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 Oh, absolutely. Good, 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 good.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Oop, this will be the last $100 I lose today, folks. I will be flat and no more trades for me if this goes up from here. And that would be break even for those two accounts. There'd be no more trading for me. That was not supposed to do that. That's going to do it. All right, we're going to end it there. I'm not going to go red on those accounts. That was absolute piss poor execution by me in every single way. I will see everyone Monday morning ready to do way better than I just did right there. I am not going to go red.